Or they are.
Good morning, everyone. Call the meeting to order. Gentle, gentle. I'm not angry, I'm dancing. Wow. I want to start this morning thanking Nicole and Regan for taking care of us, for making this meeting go smooth with all this background, wonderful support. So thank you very much. It's not easy, it's not easy. And we get to start our agenda this morning with item H, and that is Kelly. Please come up. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the OWEB board. For the record, my name is Kelly Beamer. I'm the executive director of the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. And I wanted to comment this morning on the strategic plan that the board and staff and public are embarking upon.
All right, so we are moving on to item I on our agenda, and it's spring open solicitation. And I would like to ask Eric Williams to come up and invite whoever you would like to join you, please.
I do have a few friends. Nicole, can we get this presentation up on screen?
Yeah. Isn't that sharing? Did you share your screen? Try to go into Zoom and share your screen. Thanks. You're welcome.
All right, good morning, members of the board. Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager at OWEB. And we will be we'll be cycling through the table here with our regional program representatives, two at a time. And what I'd like to do is go through some introductory background material for the awards that are before you today. This is always an exciting time for us, by the way, because this happens twice a year, and it's a pretty large chunk of funding that you are awarding to our partners, our applicants, our grantees out there to do the good work we've been talking about the last couple of days. So this is an exciting time for us. And what we're going to do when the RPRs walk through their presentations is talk about the different habitat types to make kind of more vivid the language that's in our constitutional and statutory mandate around wildlife habitat protection and protection of water quality through improved stream flow and hydrologic processes. And they'll do that by tying the projects before you to the evaluation criteria to give you an idea of why the projects that are recommended to you have been recommended. First, a little bit of background, and there's a couple of, I think, important things to talk about on this slide. This is what's in the spending plan that you adopted just recently in July for the 4 categories of grants that we're looking at today. The biggest one, of course, being restoration. And note that there are asterisks next to the dollar figures under the current spending plan balance for restoration and technical assistance. That's because when we presented the spending plan to you, we anticipate receiving additional Pacific Coast salmon recovery funds at the midpoint of the biennium, and each biennium we come back to you to add those funds into the spending plan. And we had designated line items in the spending plan where we would like to increase the amounts. And so those 2 with the asterisk currently have lower amounts than what you approved in July, but that is what we had told you in July we would ask to have in the balance for the midpoint of the biennium. And the reason this is important is we have 4 cycles a year for monitoring, only 2. And we want to make sure that we're apportioning our funds appropriately during the course of the biennium. Another really important thing to mention is that when this solicitation was released, these applications came to us in April, and so the solicitation was open in January. The board had not yet adopted climate criteria, so you will not see those evaluation criteria in any of these projects that are before you today, but you will for the next 3 offerings. Another important note is you, in adopting the spending plan, adjusted the match requirement for technical assistance and engagement offerings down to $1 in the spirit of equity and recognizing that for those kinds of offerings, it's often more difficult to get match funding together. This offering went out before you did that, and so these all have 25% match. So I wanted to note that as well. As we mentioned yesterday, there were 110 applications received. That number is slightly lower than is typical, but the dollar amount requested is right about where we typically see it. And that's just simply a reflection of applications, projects getting more expensive, and inflationary pressures on the components that make up project applications. And out of those 110, we're recommending to you today 69 for a total of $12.4 million. That is a fairly typical ratio, I would say, based on past history of what's recommended from the total applications that come in the door. We continue to tally the investments that we make in sage-grouse projects, dating back to 2015 when agreements were made to prevent listing of the bird and commitments were made to restoration of the bird's habitat. OWEB committed to spending $10 million by 2025 on sage-grouse habitat improvement. And as you can see here with the two projects we've recommended today, our total is exceeding that. We're at $14.2 million. And given the habitat needs, we expect that pattern to continue. This table just simply breaks down the recommendations by the 6 regions and by grant type. And you'll see these in your board book as well. There's a table for each region at the beginning of each region's set of project evaluations. This one, the salmon plate funding, we don't come to you with requests to allocate salmon funding each time. We wait till there's enough built up in the pot. And so it's been, I think, about 3 cycles since we've recommended applying salmon funds to projects. We have enough built up now to recommend $500,000 in salmon plate funding be allocated to Smith River and Upper Sandy. And it'll be interesting to see what happens with this revenue going forward. There's a beautiful new bee pollinator license plate out there that's pretty stiff competition, so we'll see what happens. This map shows the distribution of the applications or the recommended applications that you have before you. Again, I would say a fairly typical distribution reaching all corners of the state. And in addition to pictures that you're going to see, I think numbers also tell a good story. And through this investment in these 69 projects, it's a pretty impressive list of outputs when you aggregate them. And so this, for restoration projects, you can see here that we're treating 5 stream miles with in-stream habitat measures. We're protecting 15 CFS of in-stream flow, installing 285 habitat structures. Fish passage, opening up 105 stream miles, riparian restoration, treating 821 acres and 15 miles of stream fencing, upland water quality, treating over 3,000 acres and 34 water spring developments, estuary structures, there 4 acres and 544 acres reconnected to tidal flow. And 111 acres of wetlands treated. So I think to some people, the numbers maybe aren't that meaningful, but I do think it's important to recognize that these are the outputs that we measure. And of course, we're all interested in the outcomes. And we'll talk about that a lot more when we build our strategic plan in terms of how we might measure those outcomes. These outputs are in service to the habitat outcomes that we are hoping to achieve. And in technical assistance, this is where we help our grantees fund assessments and design plans. And you can see here, we're through these projects, we will be assessing over 600 stream miles and 348 acres, developing 9 plans, as well as 9 design sets for project sites. We have reported to you in the last several cycles the impact of tribal participation on open solicitation grants, and we've done that once again here. A quarter of the applications have tribal participation in them in one of these roles, and you can see there are many here on the slide, and we also talked about this yesterday as well. And we've looked at the projects that are recommended, and once again, this has happened every time. The success rate is higher with tribal participation. And I thought of this when we were at the dam site yesterday, and the gentleman was describing the fish surveys that they were doing, and they needed to get these 100-foot nets out into the reservoirs to catch fish. And he said, yeah, the tribal people we have doing this, just way outperform everybody else every time. And, you know, and we're seeing that in our applications, and I think it's probably not surprising to us. So what we're going to do is move through the regions, starting first with Eastern Oregon. I'm going to turn it over to Kobe.
All right, thank you, Eric, and good morning, everybody. Board co-chairs, board members, for the record. I'm Kobe Menton, OWEB's East Region Program Representative. And today I'll be talking about OWEB's restoration grant offering in open solicitation and how this grant offering continues to improve range management in Wallowa County. The project I'll be talking about is called the East Moraine Community Forest Virtual Fence Project, number 223-5039. And this project is located near Joseph and Wallowa Lake and in the northern part of Region 5. And lastly, all photos and maps in this presentation are taken from the funding application. As we were planning this presentation, the RPRs were planning this presentation, we thought it might be interesting and fun to introduce props. And I have the opportunity to bring two today, and they are collars. They may not be exactly very exciting, but their purpose will become more clear as I proceed through the next 5 slides. So hold on a second. Feel free to pass these around. Okay, these photos are pulled from the property management plan submitted with the funding application. This 1,800-acre property on the east side of Wallowa Lake is managed as a working landscape and for several uses and purposes. To begin with, the southern portion of the property is forested and managed for sustainable timber harvest. A variety of native plants and animals reside in the area, and the area's habitat for mammals, birds, pollinators, and plants, specifically ESA-listed Spalding's catchfly, which is a plant. Recreation is common on the property, and there's 2 trailheads serving these 1,800 acres where horseback riding, hiking, cross-country skiing, and mountain biking is common. Also, the East Moraine is an important site for the gathering of traditional foods and medicines, and the management plan incorporates techniques to preserve these resources. And finally, domestic livestock graze the property, and Wallowa County selects a permittee who is young or new to ranching, one who may lack a significant land base to support a viable ranching operation. And also importantly, one who is willing to implement the grazing management tactics to support conservation and restoration on the property. Next slide. Objectives, metrics, and partners. Now, at first glance, it may appear that I put the same map here twice, but the map on the left is pulled from the property management plan. And you'll notice that there's interior fences in yellow that are proposed to be built to divide the 5 pastures that are proposed for management of the property. The map on the right does not have these fences. It's pulled from the application, and it was modified for this application because the proposal here is to install a virtual fence on the property, meaning that hard fence is not required. So moving to objectives. Number 1, increase soil stability through improved grazing management with virtual fence and water development. If you look on the map in the center towards the bottom, you can see a blue circle. That is a spring source that is proposed to be developed. It will serve another trough adjacent to it. And as capable, that water development will serve other watering systems on the property. Objective number 2, protect Spalding's catchfly on the property. And while Spalding's is not mapped, on these maps, their locations are known, and the management plan and an objective of this project is to preserve that species. Objective number 3, improve the integrity of plants important to tribal gatherers. As with Spalding's catchfly, those plants are not mapped on these maps. Their locations, however, are known. And the management objectives are the same, to preserve those species. Number 4, promote healthy riparian vegetation. Again, as we can see on the maps, there's several creeks on the property, some perennial, some not, but they all have a riparian area expression around them. And an objective of the project is to preserve those habitats. And finally, number 5, it's very important to allow a county to demonstrate that traditional ranching can coexist with conservation and preservation of our natural resources. Metrics. The application proposes to improve 1,791 upland acres, develop 1 spring, install 1 watering trough, and as capable, that spring will supply water to the existing troughs on the property. And finally, for this slide, partners. Funding, planning, and implementation partners are comprised of local and state partners, both from funding, planning, and implementation perspectives. And one thing that's unique about this property this project is a critical partner is the grazing permittee who will be implementing prescribed grazing management tactics. Next slide. So, how does virtual fence work? Critical to virtual fence are 3 things. Oh, but before I move on, this slide reads like a paragraph from left to right and top to bottom, so starting in the top left. Critical to a virtual fence is a GPS connection, a base station, and the collars, which are passing around the table. So we can see in the second slide that as a cow, as she moves towards the virtual fence boundary, the collar will emit an audio cue, and that cue is intended to turn the cow away from that boundary. Moving to the next slide, if she decides not to turn around, that collar will deliver a mild electric shock, which will turn her around and put her back into the place she's supposed to graze. Okay, moving to the bottom line, the slide on the left, with an application, the cowboy or the ranch manager, the rangeland manager, whoever is setting the virtual fence boundaries with an application on their cell phone, a field tablet, or a laptop computer can either on-site or at distance move these boundaries. So, a few comments. Oh, wait, let's go to the photo next. The photo is of the base station. We can see that it is portable. It's powered with solar and a battery pack. And when placed, it's protected with fence panels to keep it protected from rubbing from the livestock, causing it potential damage. A few comments. This system can both contain and exclude animals with utility of improving grazing rotation, protecting sensitive areas, and cost and time savings occur. Number 2, only adult cows wear the collar, and the collars are rented from a supplier and returned annually for service and maintenance. Next slide. OAR review criteria. This project ranked number 3 out of 11 projects recommended by the Region 5 review team. And I put the restoration review criteria on this slide to demonstrate how this project addresses many of the review criteria. And the following are a few comments made by the review team. Number 1, the project will be implemented using clearly defined methods that are appropriate for improving natural resource conditions, and the work is ready for implementation. Number 2, virtual fence is a flexible and transportable grazing management system that can manage livestock without the use of traditional permanent fence that is detrimental to wildlife. Number 3, the project location is on public property. The technology will be on display to the public, and this setting may encourage the additional use of this method in the surrounding area. And finally, the purpose of the grazing management plan for the property is to protect sensitive areas, improve cultural uses of the property, and improve wildlife habitat, which will improve watershed function and ecosystem process. Next slide. And for my last slide, I've put 2 links here. One is from Ag Research Service out of Burns. The other one is from Oregon State University. And these are short 3 to 5 minute videos that demonstrate how virtual fence works and how it helps grazing management. So with that, thank you for listening. And now I will turn this presentation over to our newest teammate, Amy from Region 6.
Thanks, Kobe, and members of the board. I'm Amy Charette, Region 6 RPR for the Mid-Columbia region. I will be covering engagement projects in the Walla Walla Basin, how that meets criteria and leads to restoration actions. This map is Region 6, and it includes Gillum, Wheeler, Grant, Sherman, Morrow, and Umatilla counties. The north side of the map is bordered by the Columbia River. The left side is the John Day River running through Region 6. And at the top, we have both Umatilla and Walla Walla basins. I'm going to talk about two projects that are before you today for consideration and that were recommended by funding by the Region 6 review team. 223-6029 Watershed Stewardship Workshops and 223-6030 Dry Creek and Lower Pine Creek assessment. Go back 1 second, sorry. The map that you see here is the Walla Walla Basin, and you can see a line kind of towards the lower third of the map, which is the Oregon and Washington state line. Just a reminder that OWEB does only fund work for the Walla Walla Basin in Oregon. The rivers and streams comprising the Walla Walla Basin not only provide drinking and irrigation water and recreation for residents of the Walla Walla Valley, but they're also home to a variety of terrestrial and aquatic species. Of notable importance are Chinook salmon and ESA-listed summer steelhead and bull trout. So as you saw earlier in Kobe's presentation, the bubble diagram of the evaluation criteria for restoration grants, this is the evaluation criteria for engagement grants that is in administrative rule. From the statute, an engagement project means a project whose purpose is to communicate and engage with landowners, organizations, and the community about the need for, feasibility, and benefit of specific eligible restoration or acquisition projects or programs that lead to the development of eligible projects within an identified geography. As review teams are evaluating each grant application, they are using the criteria listed here to evaluate the communication, timeliness, technical soundness, cost effectiveness, and capacity. And for the two projects I'll cover, I'll mention some of those strengths for each project related to the criteria. So the first project is 223-6029 Watershed Stewardship Workshops. This is an engagement application proposed by the Walla Walla Basin Watershed Council. The council has been operating in the basin for 29 years, identifying opportunities and engaging with rural communities to develop and implement projects to improve watershed health. The council has identified opportunities with communities within the city limits of Milton Freewater and proposes to engage the urban and Hispanic communities through a series of workshops offered in both English and Spanish that will focus on informing the community about the basin's watershed issues, including inadequate stream flow, high water temperature and sediment load, poor habitat complexity, groundwater, and fish passage, which all impact the basin's populations of ESA-listed salmonids, summer steelhead and bull trout, and spring Chinook salmon. The 2020 census showed nearly half of Milton Freewater's population identified as Hispanic. However, the council project partnerships do not proportionately reflect this statistic. Impactful changes to the basin's water usage and management practices are needed in order to restore the watershed. The council is in the process of also updating its strategic action plan that reflects the diversity, equity, and inclusion of communities and partners, incorporates climate change adaptation, and aligns with the vision statement and goals for the basin. By offering workshops in both English and Spanish, the project aims to specifically engage underserved communities. The council will partner with local, state, and tribal organizations to present topics such as water transactions, water rights, water trusts, river habitat restoration, basin groundwater, working with beavers, urban water conservation, pesticide stewardship, and living in a changing climate. The approach aims to foster a sense of unity where promoting collaboration among diverse community members. The council is working with the Milton Freewater Public Library in regard to connecting with other local organizations and joining them for outreach and engagement to start the project. The restoration projects expected to result from this engagement will be implemented according to priorities and local assessments, as well as basin and regional action plans. The resulting projects aim to support the recovery of ESA-listed species and other species addressed in regional plans. The review team noted that some of the strengths of the application include that this model of engagement is new in the community and there is merit to testing this method to reach underserved communities. The application specifies restoration actions in the watershed, including stream and riparian complexity, floodplain connection, and stream flow that would result from this engagement work. And the applicant is coordinating with community institutions and facilities to engage the target audience. Our next project is 223-6030 Dry Creek and Lower Pine Creek assessment engagement. The Dry Creek subwatershed faces threats to its ecological health, including habitat fragmentation, lack of riparian vegetation, water quality concerns, loss of native fish populations, and fish passage barriers. This engagement project is the first phase in a more significant subwatershed assessment planned for the fall of 2024. So this proposed work will focus on engagement activities, including outreach events, educational materials, one-on-one and group meetings with landowners to discuss the need for and the benefit of a subwatershed assessment and the potential for restoration or water acquisition projects in the subwatershed. The project will also include developing an outreach plan and identifying potential funding partners. The resulting assessment will align with the Walla Walla Water 2050 planning effort led by Oregon Water Resources Department, Washington State Department of Ecology, and the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. Dry Creek is a tributary to Pine Creek, and so this project will encompass the lower 10 miles of Pine Creek to ensure connectivity to the Walla Walla River. This is a bi-state project with a small subset of acres located in Washington State. The review team noted that some of the strengths from this application include relevant partners, including the Umatilla County Conservation District, the Walla Walla Water 2050 Basin Advisory Committee, and private landowners. The proposed work is appropriate and a high likelihood that it will lead to restoration work in the watershed with a clear line from engagement to technical assistance to restoration. The Walla Walla Basin Watershed Council has a necessary experience and is capable of the proposed work relating to the capacity of the applicant. I'd like to thank the Watershed Council and their partners for the work and the projects that they have submitted this cycle. And that's what I have for Region 6.
All right, thanks, Kobe and Amy. And we're going to cycle over to Region 4, Central Oregon, with Greg Cianella, who's our Regional Program Manager.
You have a question, Jamie, but I'm curious if maybe when you have the two of them up here, we could ask them questions, or do you want to hold all questions?
If you have questions that are specific to their content, yes. If you have questions more about funding recommendations, I would hold those to the end. So if you'd like to have them come back up for those specific questions, we can do
Yes,
that.
please, because I have a couple also. Thank you. Go ahead, Jamie.
Come back up, Kobe and Amy. Sorry.
Lose track.
And you brought your rock too.
That could happen today.
Thanks to you both for excellent presentations. And Kobe, you essentially answered mine by having that video at the end, because I had questions. I know that those college work for dogs. I had questions about cattle, but I will go and watch those videos. But Amy, specifically to Milton Freewater, I recall you were talking about some of the community engagement and working with underserved communities. So really excited to see that work. It's phenomenal. Really proud that OWEB is engaging. I recall from being in the community several years ago that some of the underserved communities live in the community permanently and some only part-time because their work takes them from Oregon to Washington to California. So is there, but still the potential for impacts on something. Just curious if we're recognizing that in our outreach efforts and how we're engaging different communities, and in some cases those who may be more difficult to connect with just because of the nature of their work.
Thanks for the question. I think the Watershed Council is trying to address that, and they have some different organizations that they have named in the application that they'll try and work on that. And I do think the council has a good history of adaptive management and related to engagement, and I think that they'll kind of see how this goes and make changes if needed.
Bruce?
We've heard a lot about the constraints on OWEB funding for education. And that now we have a grant that is doing workshops, which I don't think are a stretch to say are educational. But maybe this is for Eric. Where do these things diverge and we're okay doing this?
What we look for and what our reviewers look for is there a clear connection to the type of engagement you're doing and eligible restoration or acquisition projects? And that sounds like it's not a clear line, probably to some of you, and maybe it isn't. But in the case of the workshops, the goal is to get the people that are attending those workshops to implement practices that restore, protect watersheds. And that's as opposed to a project, let's say, that wants to just generally educate the public in their community about what a watershed is and how it works, and even how you might protect it. How do you draw the line from that kind of a workshop to something happening on the ground with respect to restoration or acquisition?
Mark?
Yeah, Kobe, this is for you. I had the opportunity, I attend the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies conference every year, and there was a workshop on virtual fences. So it was about a 4-hour workshop. And the way I would describe it is kind of like TVs. You know, when you start, you got the big expensive TV that comes out, and it's $5,000, and then eventually the technology catches up and the TV costs come down. And so we saw a lot of pictures of deer and antelope and other animals caught in barbed wire fences, and the amount of animals that are affected by regular fencing is pretty amazing throughout the West. And this technology is kind of like that TV. It's expensive, and that's going to be my question, is the analogy that they looked at for, this is pretty expensive, but it's new technology. It's kind of like the 4K TV now, and we're eventually, I think, at least the promoters of this said it will eventually come down, and ranchers will see the benefit of this in the long term in terms of maintenance of fences, animals that are killed, and those kind of things. So when you did your analytical with your staff, did you talk to one of these contractors that's doing this kind of work? And what did they say about the cost of this? I mean, my perception is, listening to this workshop, was it's pretty expensive, but they're hoping that as time goes by, the costs will come down, and the benefits that you see from this kind of thing will both benefit the rancher and the fish and wildlife, keeping cows out of the creeks and riparian areas and those kind of things. So could you elaborate on, did you analyze that in terms of this proposal?
I will do my best, because we asked that question on the site visit. And the site visit was with OSU Extension and some representatives from Wallowa Resources, one of the local organizations. And 15 years ago, this technology was prohibitively expensive. The costs are coming down. The rancher does not own the collar, they rent the collar, and the cost of that collar is $50 a year. So they use it for a season, send it back to the factory where it's maintained and serviced, and then they re-rent it the next year for $50 a collar. I think at this time, with the costs of the virtual fence system, there's a compelling argument to say that the cost of this system is either comparable or cheaper than maintaining hardwire and post fence over the long term. It's also thought that the cost of the virtual fence will continue to decrease. Decrease, yes. Now, there's one other thing. The base station that I showed the photo of in the middle part, that does not only serve the East Moraine in this example. That base station can serve as essentially a public utility. So any other ranching operation within, basically, I think it's cell service distance or line of sight distance, I'm not sure which one it is, adjacent ranches can connect to that base station and use the technology outside of the property that I talked about. So again, this base station, the investment in the base station can essentially serve as a public utility to increase coverage of this technology in the area. You're welcome.
Just to follow up on that, same question, as someone that's had a fair amount of monitoring equipment stolen or sabotaged out on a field site. Speaking of the base station, I'm just curious, Kobe, if curious of the vulnerability of that in this instance, and if that happens, whether that compromises the virtual fence and could lead to a lot of cattle escaping. Is that a real concern in this case?
Yes, it's the risk we take. Vandalism can happen, parts can be taken off of the base station. However, that was also brought up at the site visit, and we were told that representatives from Wallowa County, the public land management people that look after the 1,800 acres, will be up there often, checking on, and of course, the range manager will be up there, the herd manager will be up there. But your concern is valid. I think anything that we purchase through this program and put on the landscape is subject to the same risk. If it's equipment, materials, or supplies, it can be messed with by others.
Amy.
Hello, I just wanted to say NRCS is a very big proponent of this technology. So thank you, Cody, for the presentation. We'll be working on developing similar programs through our Farm Bill programs to support the technology. Question for you. One of the comments we're hearing from our ranching community is concern about availability of adequate collars. Can you speak to the supply that might be available? Thank you.
I cannot speak to that. I don't know the supply chain of these collars and the other necessary components. I can't answer that. But I would suspect that as demand increases, availability will also increase.
Okay, I've got a couple questions. Kobe, so I guess I didn't see it in there, but is the computers part of this package?
No.
Offering? Okay, thank you.
You mean in the OWEB budget?
No, in the budget for this particular project, because you were talking about tablets, computers.
Yeah. They're not in there.
Okay, thank you. I didn't recall seeing it. And then in the map of this particular project, there was a black square. I'm assuming that was a private landowner. Down at the lower, along the lake, yeah.
Yeah, I should know what that is, but I don't. But that's getting really close to Wallowa Lake State Park and other adjacent private properties.
Okay. And then I'm curious, so you say $50 a year for the collars to rent. Any idea what they cost to purchase outright?
I don't even know if they're available for purchase. I suspect they may be. But so this is really the only virtual fence example that by the way, if this is funded, this is the first virtual fence project that will ever be funded by OWEB. So we don't have a lot of history with that. So.
Liza Jane.
Kobe, you don't collar calves.
Yes.
Those calves grow over the season and no longer stick to their mothers. So is the grazing plan prepared to get cattle off of there when calves start to cross in?
So,
and do you have to collar every cow, or is there a, learn by example, so you only collar so many out of 50 or something?
I would suspect a combination of every example you just gave. But I think it's worth mentioning why the calves are not collared.
Well, I understand that, but they get big and they go away from their mother.
Yeah. So the grazing management plan is going to be based on thresholds and triggers. One we're most familiar with is stubble height. If they're in a riparian area, it could be woody vegetation browse, could be bank shear on the creeks, whatever it may be. Those thresholds and triggers are also going to trigger a move to a different pasture. So while the little calves are going to stick close to mama most of the time or not stray very far, and if they do get outside of the virtual fence boundary, they're smaller animals, less impact on the landscape. So that's the rationale why the mother cows are the only ones that are collared. So with that, Liza Jane, I think it's going to be a combination of many of the things you just exampled.
Those calves are 600 pounds by now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mark.
So just thinking out loud a little bit, maybe one of our programs in the future, for one of our dinner programs, we could invite one of the companies to come and just do a presentation on it, because it has the potential in terms of riparian area protection, management, those kind of things. And the workshop that I attended those same kind of questions came up, and it was extremely interesting to me, and because it's talking about how we manage watersheds and how property owners might be involved or not be involved. I'm sure one of those companies, because there's a few of them out there now, just have a presentation maybe at one of our dinner meetings about this new technology that's out there, and maybe NRCS could help facilitate.
Liza Jane.
Mark, Oregon State is working on this. I was working with their engineering department at one time as a project for this. So, and that was a couple of years ago. So they're probably moving along and might be a source that's not trying to sell something.
All right, any other questions? Thanks for engaging with us.
Thanks very much. We'll bring back Greg and Mark. And Barbara, those two look kind of used. You might be able to get those cheap if you're interested.
No, I'm not. Kobe,
Okay, good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Greg Cianella, and I'm the Regional Program Representative for Region 4, the Central Oregon region. And I'm going to take us up north to the Hood River watershed and talk a little bit about anadromous species recovery. But before we do that, I kind of want to calibrate us all on what the Region 4 is and where it is. So next slide, please. So I've shown this slide before you in the past, and it's just really kind of help you understand the region. So we're east of the Cascades. We're from the Columbia on to the border of California. We include the watersheds of the Hood River, the Deschutes River, including the Crooked River arm. Also the upper Klamath River Basin, which we're sitting in today. And then the interior lakes basin of Lake County. So Summer Lake, Lake Abert, the Warner Lakes chain, and Goose Lake. A pretty ecologically diverse region and a really fun place to work. So my intent here today is to provide you an overview of what anadromous species recovery looks like in the Hood River Basin, particularly in context to two projects that are before you today for funding. So I'm going to go through a little bit of what the watershed is and where it is, the species and the limiting factors affecting these species, the people and the partnerships that are actually doing the work, the planning and the visions that are leading to this work, and then ending it with a couple projects that are before you today and kind of weaving those projects into how they fit into anadromous species recovery. So the photos you're looking at are actually large wood placement up on the forest within the Hood River watershed. As you can see, they use a lot of big material and they get a lot of fun equipment in the creek. Next slide, please. Okay, the Hood River watershed, what a fascinating place it is. It's largely driven by the mountain itself, which is on the south end of the watershed. Stands a little bit over 11,000 feet tall. About 22 air miles north, as a crow flies, is the city of Hood River, which sits about 73 feet at elevation. That's 11,000 feet of gradients lost. That is huge and massive and a physical driver of what the basin is and what you see. About 75% of the basin is forested. Half of that is in public ownership, primarily the Hood River Ranger District by the National Forest. The other half is private industrial, primarily Weyerhaeuser, but I think Green Diamond is starting to move in a little bit. The Hood River County actually has some forested lands in the watershed. The basin sits at a pretty big transition zone. So the west side of the basin is kind of wet, dominant conifer forests. As you move east, it becomes pretty dry ponderosa pine, even starting to pick up Oregon white oak. So really big transition area, diverse plant communities. This probably goes without saying, there's a pretty impressive agricultural community within the Hood River Valley. If you've eaten an apple or a pear recently, there's a good chance it came from the Hood River Valley. Now, the importance of this ecologically is that the orchard and the agricultural producers rely exclusively on surface water diversions. That's an important component when we talk about limiting factors for these species. So let's talk about these little critters. Next slide, please. Because it's kind of in this transition zone, it has a pretty neat assemblage of aquatic species. 6 of these species are ESA listed under the Endangered Species Act. 5 of those critters up there are anadromous. 1 of them is not. Bonus points to whoever gets to pick out which one isn't anadromous. And Chris, you're not allowed to vote on that one. But the map on the left-hand side kind of outlines the distribution of these species. The species that is not listed up here, but is of equal importance to the group, is the Pacific lamprey. It is anadromous, but is not ESA listed, but is of significant importance and considered in all the projects that the folks do. In 2010, the Powerdale Dam, which was a channel spanning dam on the main stem of the Hood River, not far from where the Hood River dumped into the Columbia, was removed. And so you can imagine a lot of historical habitat was opened up with the removal of that dam, and you can kind of see that distribution on the map at the left-hand side. So the limiting factors affecting these species are a few: habitat quantity and quality. Habitat quality being pools, riffles, side channels, floodplain activation. As you could imagine, a watershed that is 75% forested, losing over 11,000 feet of gradients, would have a lot of wood and a lot of boulders. Historical channelization, stream cleaning, logging has definitely modified that. And so the intent is to kind of recreate that complexity, that disturbance that the fish need to live out their life cycles, whether it's spawning or rearing. Stream flow. We talked about the orchard and the agricultural community needing that water to irrigate the crops. That's a multi-million, if not billion-dollar industry. It is the heartbeat of the valley. So how can we address anadromous species and other aquatic species recovery while also sustaining a huge economic driver that is the Hood River Valley orchard folks? So that's key. The last limiting factor is somewhat limited to the Hood River Valley, and that is sedimentation. And sedimentation from landslides and glacial till or glacial fluff. So the East Fork of the Hood River is a great one. It forms off the Elliott Glacier, and certain times of the year, the East Fork kind of looks kind of gray and kind of almost dirty in a way. It's just the material that's melting off the glacier. And while these species have all evolved with this kind of process, we're not gaining glaciers in the Hood River Valley, unfortunately. We're losing glaciers, and so that kind of episodic event is becoming more, and the need and to focus on the Clearwater tributaries, which I'll talk about in a little bit, is becoming more and more evident in the Hood River Valley. Next slide, please. Okay, I love this slide. I think Linda did an amazing job with the schematics. And the tier of the logos from top to bottom is, there's no people on top are not more important than people on the bottom. So the Hood River Valley, the Hood River Watershed Group is the local watershed council. They're the applicant that submitted the projects before you today for funding. They've been around for 25, 30 years, and it's kind of that grassroots conservation watershed council that we know of in the state. The Hood River County Soil and Water Conservation District, they are a large base working with the orchard communities and our agricultural folks. And a big part of what they've been doing is converting low efficiency sprinklers to high efficiency sprinklers. And they've got about 40% of those done in the basin so far, and they're continuing on with that work. The Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs has a really strong presence in the basin. They have an office in Parkdale staffed with fish and habitat biologists. They are involved in almost every project, both technically, but also they bring in a lot of money through the BPA, and that matches nicely with agencies like OWEB and other funders. So they play a critical role in this. The Hood River Ranger District, we talked about, half of the watershed being in public ownership. They are a driver for some of the aquatic habitat restoration work up on the forest. They're also tapped for trees for sourcing projects that maybe not be on the forest. 5 irrigation districts are in the Hood River Valley. To date, they've conserved 30 CFS of stream flow. And this is done in large part because of the NRCS PL 566 funding that has been into the basin, much like the irrigation districts that I've talked to you about in Central Oregon that I would say are pretty progressive. They got watershed plans, are really progressive and good at doing efficiency projects. That is no different in the Hood River Valley. There's certainly more work to be done. Lastly, I want to focus on the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Their importance here in the basin is many, but to focus on this one would be that they have been really the leaders of a lot of the monitoring to help understand where these species are, the population, the distribution, and that is key as projects get done and restoration gets done. Plans change and priorities change, and so you have to kind of adapt. And so that leads me into my next slide, please. So planning. I start with 1999 simply because that's some of the salmon and steelhead when they were listed. But 2010, the Powerdale Dam was removed. Obviously, that was a big win for the basin for anadromous and aquatic species. The plan got developed 2018. While water conservation had been going on in the basin prior to 2018, it was really starting to ramp up and really starting to figure out what are those opportunities to improve stream flow. And lastly, I'll just focus on the 2040 plan that this group has, was developed in 2020, and it's really their 20-year outlook for how to recover these species. And this is really just a small smattering of the plans that have been developed in the basin. Of course, they're looking at all the recovery plans outlined by the federal government for anadromous species. But this is just to kind of give you a little bit of a flavor. And I wanted to end on the 2040 one because there are two projects before you today for funding that I want to end on. Next slide, please. Okay, so there's a technical assistance grant before you today. It will develop 100% construction-ready designs. It will address 2 fish passage barriers on Baldwin Creek. Baldwin Creek being one of those clear water tributaries that I talked about that has a pretty significant importance to the basin for aquatic species. It will also look to develop habitat enhancement designs on Baldwin Creek down to its confluence with the East Fork of the Hood River, and then upstream along the East Fork of the Hood River on River Right until it ties into existing work that's already been done by the tribes. So the photo on the lower left is a photo I took this summer when we were out in the field. And this is some of the kind of representation of the projects that are being funded and being implemented. You can see all the wood and the boulders being placed. You're really trying to provide some disturbance and provide some complexities, create those pools, create some of those riffle habitats. What you don't see in this picture is on the right-hand side, there's a side channel that gets activated in high flows when the river is really coming through. And that's critical for all the little fish that are trying to get out of that big water that can come down off the mountain. You could have had a better ring there. That's okay. So I just also wanted to point out on the lower right is a picture of Neal Creek. Neal Creek is also a clear water tributary in the Hood. And the connection that Neal Creek has to Baldwin Creek is that both of these systems kind of sit in this kind of rural area of the Hood River Valley, 1 10-acre farms, hobby farms, if you will. And so the applicant and their partners have done a really good job at engaging these folks and getting contiguous landowners engaged to do this type of work. The high intrinsic potential map, you can see the red dot on the map. That kind of is where the fish passage issues on Baldwin Creek are. And you can see right above there is high intrinsic potential. For those that don't know intrinsic potential, it's kind of layering of physical and biological data that kind of helps assess a big, large area and provides that high, medium, low threshold of what the opportunities might be for a specific species. Next slide, please. Okay, lastly, I thought this was a good one to end on, and that is there's a monitoring project before you today for funding. And what this monitoring project is going to do is to allow these folks to evaluate whether or not the projects they're doing are meeting the objectives and the benchmarks that they want to achieve to recover some of these species. And so this will allow all their partners that are involved with the data that they collect, it will allow them to kind of compare apples to apples, whether it's the Forest Service or the Watershed Group or the SWCD or the tribes. It will allow these folks to kind of compare their data and be able to speak the same language, which they will be hiring a group that has done this in the Grand Ron River watershed, and they have, I think, have some pretty good success there. And I love the photo on the left, picking up some cool fish carcasses. So before I turn it over to Mark, I just want to thank Cindy Thiemann and Alex Danielson. They're Hood River Watershed Group employees. They helped me with talking points. All the photos, maps that you see came from their website. And it's really an honor to tell these people's story and to be here in this position to, I really see myself as a conduit of what they get to do on the ground and what OWEB has to offer. And it is truly an honor to do that. So I'll turn it over to Mark.
Thank you, Greg. Good morning. For the record, Mark Grenbemmer. I'm the Region 2 Program Representative, and reminder, I'm not going to follow Greg anymore. Matter of fact, we should probably just move to questions. Good morning. I'm going to be highlighting 3 of the technical assistance projects that are before you today from my region that are focusing on developing construction-ready designs for fish passage projects. And so overall, my theme is going to be restoring access to habitats. Before we do that, I'll give you kind of a little bit of an overview of Region 2, also known as the Great Southwest Region. Yeah! All right, we're looking at a stormy day on the Pacific Ocean at the mouth of the Sixes River. Just really quick, Region 2 encompasses 5 counties. We've got Jackson, Josephine, Coos, Curry, and Douglas. Major watersheds include the Rogue and Umpqua, which are both coastal and inland basins, so they're quite large, each over main stems with over 200 miles. Also, other significant watersheds include Coos, Coquille, Flores, Sixes. Those watersheds are all part of the Oregon Coast Evolutionary Significant Unit for Coho. And then we have Elk, Chetco, and Windchuck, and of course the Rogues in that part. Those all are part of the Southern Oregon, Northern California Evolutionary Significant Unit. And so for Coho, we're actually dealing with 2 ESUs. And it does, because of the difference in life histories of those 2 populations, there are different approaches for fixing or protecting and restoring them, although one of the key themes is making sure that they have access to high quality habitat with cool waters. So regardless of the ESU, regardless of limiting factors, access to good quality habitat is one of the key things. We have 3 main ecoregions. We've got the coast, we've got the West Cascades, and we've got the Klamath Mountains. So we've got some really diverse and unique ecoregions in the basin that each provide their own unique species and opportunities and habitats. Working within Region 2, we've got, I think, about 15 watershed councils, 9 of which we're providing funding support to, 7 soil water conservation districts, and then numerous other NGOs and foundation groups that are working on conservation work in the area. From a water quality perspective, each of the counties has active strategic implementation areas, as well as numerous TMDLs either in place or in progress. So if you could advance, that'd be great. All right, as I mentioned, I'm going to be focusing on fish access. One thing to keep in mind is that fish, salmon, spend about 20% of their life in fresh water and about 80% in salt water. And so everything that we can do to make sure that that time that they're spending in fresh water is quality time is important to their survival. And a big key to that is making sure they have access to the habitat. During the review, our review team looks at the applications and compares them with the review criteria, and we're doing that primarily to make sure that the applications that are being recommended to you all have met our statutory requirements and intent. As I mentioned, this is documented through the application review process. The 3 projects I am highlighting were shown to be consistent with those statutory requirements. They provide design work that's necessary in order to develop technically sound restoration activities that will provide the access to those fish to those important habitats that they depend on. So the slide on the right, you probably can't quite see it, but if you look in the little pool, you'll see a really sad coho. He would really like to get through that culvert, but he can't. On the left, you'll see a gentleman, that's John Colby. That's one of my review team members. And just illustrate that the technical team takes it serious, and they want to make sure that if they can't get a hydrologist through the culvert, then it's probably likely a fish can't make it. So the team does take their job serious. Next slide, please. All right, so this slide dials in a little bit more into the 3 projects I'm going to be highlighting. We're looking at a map section of the Applegate River located in the Rogue River Basin. It identifies the 3 projects that you'll be looking at today, the Laurel Hill, the Iron Creek, and the Cheney Creek culvert design projects. The Applegate is a really important watershed in the Rogue. It provides some very important habitat for not only coho, but fall chinook, steelhead, and Pacific lamprey. There's been a lot of work that has gone into the Applegate and a lot of planning to get to the point of these projects. One of the things that you'll notice right off is that the projects are really low down on the tributaries. So they're really close to the main stem Applegate, and they're those barriers that are the first things that the fish encounter. They're going to be the things that are really impeding their access up to that high quality cold water refugia that's upstream. You might scratch your head and say, well, Mark, you just told us we're working on the lower culverts, but if I look at the Laurel Hill project, I notice there's a bunch of barriers above it. Why are we working on this one after we've worked on the other ones? Well, Bridge Point, it's the second red dot just above Laurel Hill, which is the bottom tag, is being implemented this next in-stream season. It's a project that the board has funded that will address that fish passage problem. And then the one directly above it, Bridge Point, was implemented 2 years ago. And so that project has removed the seasonal push-up dam and is providing fish passage there. Doesn't seem intuitive. Why are we working on the lowest barrier last? The reality is when you're dealing with large private irrigation districts, you've got a lot of people that have a lot of different ideas and goals and thoughts about how the project should go or not go. And then the site at Laurel Hill is extremely complex, and I'll get a little bit more into that in a few slides. So next slide, please. All right. Oh, you know what? I'd be remiss just to say. I wanted to just mention, and I should have done that in the slide before, but go ahead and leave it here. I just wanted to take a moment and recognize the work of the regional review teams. They're all members from state and federal agencies. They spend a lot of their own time. Very few of them even have the job of reviewing OWEB applications in their work description. But bottom line is we could not deliver this grant program without them. So the products of everything you see, well, there's a lot of staff time involved and a lot of applicant time involved. Without those folks from the agencies that you all represent, we couldn't do this. And so anytime you have an opportunity to recognize or thank them at your own board or commission meetings or when you're meeting with their superiors, please do so, because they're amazing, they're awesome, and they definitely they believe in what we're doing, they have a lot of passion, and they go above and beyond. Okay. All right, the first project we're going to focus is on Cheney Creek, and apologies, the slide looks a little bit dark from where I'm sitting, but as you can see, it's a really complex site. You've got a barrier right near the confluence with Cheney Creek and the Applegate River. It's a old box culvert. You've got a situation where you had other infrastructure associated. I think it was with a pedestrian, but I'm not sure. It could even be older, but there's a lot of things going on. All that on top of it's on a really bad corner, and there's a high amount of traffic incidences. So not only do you have a place where fish have problems, you've got a place where people have problems. And so the design of this project is not only going to develop a a solution to the current passage project by replacing the existing situation with a bridge. It's also going to help realign the road and introduce a lot of that safety. Key partners include the Rogue Basin Partnership, Josephine County, which is helping a lot, and of course the Applegate River Watershed Council and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and BLM. And so here on Cheney Creek, we've got 6 miles of habitat above this, high quality habitat. So high intrinsic potential, good pool riffle ratios, in-stream habitat complexity, and most importantly, cold water. And so getting fish out of the main stem Applegate into this habitat where they can spawn and rear successfully is really important. Next slide. All right, we're going to move to Iron Creek. Iron Creek again is a tributary that's located near the barriers located near the confluence with the Applegate. So this is the first thing that's going to keep the fish from getting out of the main stem into the Applegate. Passage is pretty much blocked. Not only is it a jump barrier, but it becomes a passage barrier. The technical assistance work will result in designs that will allow restoration to move forward. Above this site are 2 miles of high quality habitat. Again, good pool riffle ratio, in-stream habitat, as well as cold water. So again, getting the fish into this 2 miles of habitat is super important. Just one fun fact, you're looking at 3 applications that are from the same applicant. If these projects were put in this cycle because we removed the cap, I'd probably be describing 1 project instead of 3. So there's going to be some economies of scale that are realized with the ability to now bundle like projects. The location of these projects, proximity, there would be efficiencies realized due to being able to develop 1 contract to do the designs, 1 contract administration. So things are going to get better with the removing of the cap. So next slide, please. All right, Laurel Hill is at the confluence of the Applegate and Williams Creek. You can see the Applegate just downstream, and the slide to your left and the slide to the right really illustrates that diversion that you're seeing in the slide on the left. So I actually encountered this diversion in 1994 when I worked as part of the Oregon Watershed Health Program. At the time, it was a simple push-up dam, but the complexity of it was increased because there's actually 2 points of diversion here. One you can't see, which is upstream on BLM-owned property associated with the Pro Vault Seed Orchard, now a new recreational area, which the board has invested in. But because of the diversion on the Applegate pulling water over a siphon, then the push-up dam, and then going into a ditch system with dozens of users, it was really complex. And initially, the only project that really could get steam with the drainage irrigation district was measuring. We're going to measure it. We're going to just try to pull the water that we're entitled to. That didn't work. There was a couple other runs taken at developing the push-up dam, but due to the complexity of the project, and we're talking decades to get to this point, the project's finally, it's right. You've got the irrigation users that are on board to find a solution, and you've got the Applegate Partnership working with the Rogue Basin Partnership and ODFW, BLM, and the county that are all invested in trying to find a workable solution this time. So I'm really excited and to see this project now, because it really needs to happen. It's going to have a dramatic impact on the stream, not only the water quality, but the fish passage. And then building on the 2 projects that are upstream, we're going to have access to over 22 miles of good high quality habitat above the site. So I could gush a lot more over the project, but I'm just really excited to see it. So next slide. So as I was putting this presentation together, I thought, you know, it might be fun just to kind of see how much fish passage has been done in Region 2. And so I talked with Bobby Riggers and Paula Willis in our Salem office, and Bobby did a query on our watershed inventory database, and Paula used that information to make this really well filled in map. But what we found out since 1995, there's been 329 fish passage projects in Region 2. While there's been 329 projects, there's actually been 555 actual barriers addressed, and these include diversions and culverts and everything. And anyways, any man-made passage barrier was included in this. And as a cumulative total, we've got 1,416 miles of stream that have been made accessible by removal of those barriers. I mentioned earlier, so 1995 was pre-OWEB, but OWEB stands on the shoulders of GWEB. And so some of these projects in 95 were cleaning up some GWEB projects, as well as some Oregon watershed health projects. And of course, at the time in 1995, GWEB continued the work of the Oregon Watershed Health Program, which I think of note is worth mentioning that that's really what helped stand up the whole Watershed Council process and recognize the state's importance in supporting those watershed councils. So these projects just didn't happen. They're not random acts of kindness. And there's been a lot of strategic planning and a lot of work that's gone into the development of these projects. In 1995, 1996, there was an agency-led effort that was led by Oregon Water Resources, GWEB, and Oregon State Police. And that was trying to address the push-up dam projects or push-up dam issues in the Illinois Valley. And that was one of the key actions that was included in the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds. Around 1998, there was the South Coast Salmon Restoration Initiative, which is a chapter in the Oregon Plan for Watersheds, for Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds. And that identified site-specific projects, including a lot of fish passage projects that were included in the Oregon Plan. And NOAA actually recognized those projects in the plan as the only projects that were site-specific. Actually, I'm not quite sure what the legal term is, but they basically said the projects could go ahead and be implemented without needing a take permit. So that was kind of a big deal then, because there was a lot of worry about that stopping restoration. So it was a big deal in Region 2. And that initiative included the entire Region 2, all the basins, except for Douglas, because at that time there wasn't a council yet in Douglas. It also led to work to the predecessor of the Rogue Basin Partnership, which was the Rogue Basin Coordinating Council. And the Rogue Basin Coordinating Council developed a really groundbreaking plan called the Rogue Basin Fish Access. It was a Rogue Basin Fish Access Team strategic plan, and that looked at all the barriers in the road, prioritized and developed a plan to address them. When the Rogue Basin Coordinating Council sunsetted, the Rogue Basin Partnership has continued that work along with ODFW, the Rogue River Watershed Council, the Applegate Partnership, the Illinois Valley Watershed Council, and I'm sure I'm leaving somebody out. The Rogue Basin Fish Access Team spawned a similar effort in the Umpqua Basin, and they did their own version. They called it UBFAT instead of RBFAT, Umpqua Basin Fish Access, where they prioritized all the barriers there. And so, as you can see, there's been a lot of work in the South Coast that has really been the result of a lot of prioritization and strategic planning on the part of folks working within there. I have a prop. And it was kind of funny because Gary asked me yesterday when the Savage Rapids Dam came out, 2009. And so I'm going to pass around a piece of Savage Rapids Dam. Savage Rapids represents a really significant investment by the board at the time, because in the early 2000s, $3 million was a lot of money for this group. And the board was committed to seeing that dam can't come out. And in order to kind of preserve the money that was being put through the regular grant cycles, the board actually funded it in quarters. So at every quarterly board meeting, they would put a chunk of money towards the project, and after about 3 years, there was enough money to fund it. And the board ended up investing $3 million out of about a $12 million project. And so I have to give that back to the Smithsonian when we're done, but hey, it's just some other big diversions that have come out. The board's been involved in the removal of Gold Ray Dam, Main Stem Road project, City of Gold Hill, Gold Hill Irrigation Diversion, all Main Stem Road River dams. There was the Farmers Dam. Most recently, we had the Williams Quarry and Baker Creek culverts. And with that, I'm going to quit rambling, and we'll see if you guys have any questions. Thank you.
All right, do we have any questions? Liza Jane.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. This is really great. The staff is just so incredible. Our regional folks are amazing. I have a question about 27 years you showed us of work and projects. Do you have numbers of how that's working for fish?
So
I don't mean to be sassy.
No, I understand. I guess I would have to go back to the old adage: if you build it or if you remove it, they'll come. And so there have been efforts to do work, following the removal, where they'll go do, basically absence presence, whether it's juveniles after a year or two, or spawning surveys. Problem is, like everything, not everything's monitored enough, and there's not enough funding. But generally, if they couldn't get past it, now they can. The general feeling is then they probably should be able to. And I've seen enough in my site visits that I feel pretty confident that the fish tend to recolonize areas. I know there was a discussion yesterday on the Klamath, and without getting too into it, there are stray rates, and so fish do stray. When we were working on the South Coast Salmon Restoration Initiative, one of the first things we did was try to identify that genetic bottom line, that foundation. How many spawners of coho do you need in the Rogue Basin in order to ensure that we've got that genetic diversity, especially in light of if there was a mass wasting event, in the Applegate or Little Butte or Big Butte or in the Illinois, would there be enough fish that could recolonize those areas? And so that was kind of the basis. And so it's a long answer to say there has not been enough funding invested in determining, that question. But I think I'm confident that fish are moving into that habitat and using it, just based on what I've seen. And the ODFW and BLM biologists I've spoken with after removal projects. So when we took out Gold Ray Dam, we took out ODFW's key monitoring site for fish passage for the upper rogues. So I sometimes get kicked by ODFW because they lost that really awesome monitoring tool, but I'd rather have it out. We do know, following the removal of Savage Rapids, that fall Chinook expanded their range by about 33% into the Applegate and the Upper Rogue. That might have a downside with overspawning on spring Chinook, but I mean, that is documented that their habitat is expanded because of that. So take my word for it. Trust me.
All right, any other questions, Chris?
Thanks, Barbara. Mark and Greg, thanks for those great presentations. Greg, this is a question for you. In your involvement in the Hood River Basin, you highlighted the shrinking glaciers and the fact that most, if not all, the irrigation is surface runoff. There's only so many gains that can come from irrigation efficiencies, et cetera. And looking long-term into the future, that surface flow is going to be less and less and more constrained in terms of its availability. In your conversations with irrigation districts, has there been any discussion about groundwater use in the future over surface withdrawals?
That's a great question, Chris. I've not heard that before, but I don't have a lot of direct lines with the irrigation districts. Usually when they apply to OWEB, they use the Hood River Watershed Group, and so the watershed group is the applicant, and so they're kind of the in-between between OWEB and the irrigation districts. So it's a great question. I don't know, but yeah, a lot of demand on water, and it's not gaining; it's only shrinking. So good question, but I don't know.
All right. Not seeing any more questions. Thank you both very much.
All right, we're going to bring up Katie and Liz for Region 1 on the North Coast and Region 3, the Willamette Valley.
Good morning, I'm Katie Duzick, the Region 1 Program Representative, and Liz and I are here to take us back to the northwest part of the state and finish our presentations from the regions. And I'm going to be focused on restoration, and I'm going to talk about restoration as a whole with all the projects recommended for funding, and also feature a couple that are using the restoration approaches we're seeing in this funding package. So I think most of you are familiar with what OWEB calls the Region 1, but we are on the North Coast, beginning south of Florence with the Coastal Lakes watershed, traveling north to Astoria, and then upriver on the Lower Columbia to the Scappoose Bay. And some of the ecoregions, there's two main ecoregions that our partners are working in, the Coast Range and the Near Shore. The Coast Range has the highest density of streams in the state, which is a point of pride for many of our partners, and also one of the reasons you'll hear me talk about so many fish projects all the time. Although we do have other habitats that you'll hear me mention occasionally, coastal dunes and coastal prairies, our upland forests are also a focus of restoration. In this presentation, I'm going to be talking primarily about estuary and riverine wetlands. So we've got 6 projects in the funding package recommended by both review team and staff. We've got 4 fish passage projects and 2 planting projects, if I was to categorize them by the main restoration action that our partners are employing. The Tillamook Bay Wetland Connectivity and the Nikolai Wikiup project are 2 fish passage projects that are focused on enlarging an existing barrier to provide more connectivity with tidal wetlands. The other 2 fish passage projects, Rock Creek and the Middle Nicanicum, are higher up in the freshwater part of our estuary, of our watersheds, and they are focused on a full removal of the existing barrier. And then our 2 planting projects are both looking at establishing a native riparian and wetland vegetation, but it's interesting they have very different intended outcomes for the same action. So some of our actions and outcomes, when I looked at our package of 6 projects, I thought at first, oh, yeah, it's kind of run of the mill. We got 4 fish passage, 2 planting, but actually the partners are employing those restoration approaches with the hope of achieving very different outcomes. So the 2 estuary fish passage projects that I mentioned are going to be reconnecting tidal wetlands in addition to providing for that fish passage. The Rock Creek project, which is in the Nehalem watershed, is going to be removing a sewer line that is spanning Rock Creek, which is in the city of Vernonia. And it's a tiny picture, but in the upper right-hand side, you can see that sewer line. It's a juvenile barrier. Rock Creek is a really important source of cold water. The upper Nehalem can get really hot. And so removing that is going to provide access to many miles for juvenile fish. And the Necanicum project is focused on access to spawning. That's a collapsed legacy forest road that's pretty much fully blocking the creek and a tributary of the Necanicum. So that goal for fish passage, removing that fill and collapsed culvert, will provide spawning and rearing habitat high up in the watershed. Our two planting projects, while they're both looking at similar methods, installing very large plants, and I know last year in October we visited the native plant nursery in Tillamook, and many of you had the opportunity to see firsthand the size of the plants that our partners are utilizing in reed canary grass. So both projects are embarking on that, but they have really different hoped-for outcomes. The first project, Deer Creek, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a later slide, is looking to increase habitat complexity, both in stream and in the wetland, by installing a willow gallery. And the project, Heathershaw planting project, is along the Little Nestucca River. That's the glimpse of a farm there in the middle picture. And basically there's no riparian buffer there right now. So they're hoping to establish a buffer to improve water quality, mostly stream temperature, hopefully get some big conifers growing there for large wood recruitment in the future. And so I'll dive into the two projects that I wanted to talk to you about. The first one is the Tillamook Bay Wetland Connectivity Project. This one is ranked #1, has the distinction of being the top ranked project in the North Coast. The applicant is Trout Unlimited, and they are applying on behalf of the Salmon Superhighway. And I won't get too far into the Salmon Superhighway since I think most folks are pretty familiar with this effort, but essentially the partners in the Tillamook watershed prioritized and assessed all the barriers or road crossings in the watershed, and they've got a prioritized list that they're plugging away on. And Trout Unlimited is the applicant on behalf of that really high-functioning partnership. Other important partners to note are Tillamook County. They own this road, which is Bay Ocean Road. This is the stream crossing of Flower Pot Creek. It's about 5.5 miles west of Tillamook. They also own this remnant tidal wetland that's kind of hanging out just upstream of this culvert crossing. And so they're a willing partner, both because Bay Ocean Road is a very important transportation corridor. They don't much like having a deteriorating structure there. On the right-hand side of this slide, you can see it's maybe a little dark, but it's appropriate that you can barely see it, and that's because it's only about 4 feet in diameter, and it conveys the entire flow of Flower Pot Creek, and it's the only tidal connection between this wetland and Tillamook Bay. So also I wanted to acknowledge the Forest Service, who's providing technical assistance and permitting and design reviews to the project, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which is also assisting with permitting, technical assistance, and contributing some funding. So this project is, I think, really cool because Tillamook County just said, okay, we'd like to replace the structure. We're okay with also the increased tidal connectivity on this wetland. So we have about a 14-acre tidal wetland that provides habitat for coho, chinook, Pacific lamprey, even chum, steelhead, cutthroat, plus all the myriad of forage fish that are going to just love to come in there and eat once it gets replaced with a 44-foot bridge, which is going to have quite a profound change on the hydrology and tidal connectivity. Another nice thing, benefit here, is that it will establish a more natural salinity gradient at this site, which is really important to migrating fish. They really don't like, being in pure freshwater and then suddenly, bam, you're in the bay. They would really prefer a much more graduated salinity experience, and that is going to be provided here on this 14-acre parcel. So all around, those are some of the reasons why it ranked #1. So next slide, please, Eric. So I'd also like to feature one of our planting projects to talk about some of the ways that our partners are working farther up in the watershed. This one is a similar size. It's a little over 10 acres of a freshwater wetland on Deer Creek, which is a tributary of the Big Elk, which is in the Yaquina watershed. So we're talking east of Newport now here. Our applicant is the Oregon Wildlife Heritage Foundation, working closely with ODFW and the Mid-Coast Watersheds Council. And what they plan to do here is restore in-stream habitat complexity by using planting. And so in this 1939 photo, you can see the Deer Creek Valley there, and it's actually got more sinuosity. It has a willow gallery and a component of hardwoods, probably alder, throughout the wetland. And there's some historic beaver ponds visible in 2023. But what you see is that it's all reed canary grass, like to the umpteenth degree taller than me, reed canary grass, really, really homogeneous. And as a result, the creek is really cut off from the wetland. It's not providing the best salmon habitat that it could. And Deer Creek is home to Oregon Coast coho, chinook, steelhead, to name a few. So that is why ODFW is very interested in seeing what could be done here and working with the other partners. What they would like to do is bring back beaver to the landscape. The partners have theorized that in the 1930s, when settlers moved in and wanted to graze the area, that they probably trapped out the beaver. And fast forward to today, we were ended up with, unfortunately, this reed canary grass monoculture. And there's occasionally some beaver sign in and around the creek, and beaver will kind of check it out, but without a food source or very many dam building materials, they quickly move on. And so the partners saw this as a good location. It's high up in the watershed. It's private industrial forest, but the timber landowner, which is currently Weyerhaeuser, is not utilizing the lower valley bottoms because the trees aren't growing there. So they kind of said, sure, this sounds like a fun idea and we're supportive, go ahead. So the partners are planting 15,000 willow stakes throughout this 10 acres. And if you've seen them do this before in reed canary grass, it's really cool. And represents a massive amount of work because these stakes are, 2-3 inches in diameter. And they have to pound them into the ground. About 2/3 of the stake goes in, and that really sends it down below the reed canary grass thatch and enables the willow to get established. And so their hope is, in turn, the beaver will come in, they'll do their thing. We all know so well, they'll build dams, they'll restore the habitat complexity in the area and reconnect the floodplain and create some really good salmon habitat in the process. So both of these projects are employing these different restoration approaches to work on floodplain connectivity in two very different systems, and I thought that was interesting to note. They were both recommended and ranked highly by our review teams because, in part, their approaches are technically sound, and they had kind of the right people at the table with experience doing this kind of thing. The Salmon Superhighway is, of course, built up an amazing track record over time, and these partners, the Mid-Coast Watershed Council in particular, has been doing this kind of willow work and reed canary grass with great success on the Mid-Coast. So they've got the right people there. They're addressing watershed function, which is something we mention in our evaluation criteria in our administrative rule as being important. And for both projects, the budget was representative or appropriate for the watershed benefit that we're seeing here. So with that, I will turn it over to Liz. Talk about the Willamette.
All right, thanks, Katie. Good morning. For the record, my name is Liz Redon, and I'm the Regional Program Representative covering the Willamette, and I will take us through the home stretch of our presentation. And I'm going to take us on a really quick tour of the restoration projects that were recommended in the Willamette that will be restoring fish and wildlife habitat. Next slide. First, I just wanted to start with looking at the landscape to provide some context. And the map that you see there are the strategy habitats that are found in the Willamette. Starting with wetlands, wetlands serve important ecological functions, and they also provide habitat and migratory pathways for amphibians, turtles, birds, and fish. Nearly all the remaining wetlands in the Willamette have been degraded to some extent due to altered water regimes, pollution, invasive plants, and invasive animals. Next is the oak woodlands. Oaks were originally found in a mosaic of prairies, oak savanna, riparian habitats throughout the valley floor and the low elevation slopes. The Willamette Valley now has less than 5% of the historic oak woodland left. Moving to the prairies, these are the grasslands of the Willamette, and they provide important habitat to species like the western meadowlark, which I'm sure everybody is aware is our state bird. And for this habitat, there's less than 2% left in the Willamette Valley. Freshwater aquatic systems provide essential habitat to many at-risk species, including important spawning and rearing habitat for some monads, breeding habitat for amphibians, and habitat for freshwater mussels and other invertebrates. The mixed conifers are primarily on the eastern slopes of the region, and they provide a multi-layered tree canopy that is habitat to a diversity of birds, mammals, and amphibians. And then finally, there's obviously a human component in the Willamette that overlaps with all of these habitats, including urban areas. The Willamette is the most urban of all the Oregon ecoregions. There's a very rich agricultural economy and water management. For example, the Army Corps runs 13 dams across the Willamette to manage flood risk, power generation, water quality, habitat, irrigation, and recreation. Next slide, please. So the yellow dots, those are where the restoration projects that are recommended are located. And I will start us at the top of the map at Project 3030 and take us down to the bottom of the map there. And while we're looking at this map, I just want to note that lime green area that rings the Willamette, because the review team often notes that area as a fringe or a bathtub ring. That is a really important area to restore prairie and oak habitat, partly because these areas are less impacted compared to the low elevation, but also through climate change, these areas might be better suited for plant and animals in the future. And so they tend to be prioritized, and you can see a lot of our yellow dots overlap with that area. Next slide, please. So the first project is a wildlife crossing for red-legged frogs. The review team had quite an experiential learning experience on our site visit as we darted across Highway 30, right in that purple blob area, which is the highest mortality of frogs. The red line is where the project will be located. We really got a good understanding how hard it is for the frogs to get across that highway, especially if it was a dark and rainy night. And if you ever want to know what it's like to be in a Frogger game, this is how you do it. So the habitat connectivity and expansion is a recurring theme through all of the projects that I'm presenting. And for this one, a wildlife underpass will be installed to protect migration corridor that will provide safe passage between 470 acres of floodplain wetlands, pond, and riparian forest with 354 acres of upland forest, so that these frogs can have access to the unique, diverse habitats that they need for their life cycle. Next slide, please. Upper Sandy, you've heard me talk about this project a few times, and again, it's recommended for funding for a new phase. And so this is part of that phased project where a stream restoration strategy has been implemented since 2008. And the map that you're looking at actually is showing the layers of restoration that have occurred in the past, along with the proposed phase, which is also kind of a lime green color on that river. The partnership will continue restoring stream habitat and natural watershed processes that are supporting spring chinook, coho, and winter steelhead. The Sandy Basin Partnership has had stunning results in monitoring. I've quoted this before. This is the one where the number of winter steelhead returning to the Sandy Basin has increased to 350% greater than when the species was listed, while nearly every other population of steelhead declined in Oregon. Next slide, please. Next is to kill floodplain reforestation. The Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde is restoring the mosaic of habitats that once covered the Willamette Valley and are important to supporting a diverse native fish and wildlife populations. This map shows the future desired conditions for the property and is the colors of the different habitat targets. And this project is the first phase of reaching these goals. This site, along with other nearby properties where the tribe is restoring habitat, together they start creating that habitat connectivity and expansion that is really important for fish and wildlife to thrive. Next slide, please. Next is the Oak Creek Preserve, which is just outside of Corvallis. Native grassland, wetlands, and oak woodlands that were once the dominant habitats historically found in the Willamette Valley will be restored across 144 acres. This will expand habitat for native plant and wildlife species that are listed on the Endangered Species Act and also identified in the Oregon Conservation Strategy. And it will be connecting 1,400 acres of conserved lands to the south with thousands of acres of oak, prairie, and forest owned by the Oregon State University to the north. Next slide, please. In the Long Tom watershed, removing the 9-foot low-head Monroe Dam in the lower Long Tom River will reconnect 15 miles of tributary and main stem river habitat, restore natural watershed functions, and improve water quality. The Watershed Council has been working for 20 years with the Army Corps of Engineers to address fish passage at dams in the Long Tom River. And for this one, they've engaged the City of Monroe, Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, community members, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to determine a collaborative solution to remove Monroe Dam. And so it's finally happening now. Next slide, please. And then finally, the Crestwell Butte Oak Woodland Restoration Project will contribute to addressing the degradation, loss, and fragmentation of upland prairie and oak habitats. And remember, these are the ones that have less than 5% and less than 2% remaining. The site provides opportunity to protect legacy oaks, so those are those gorgeous big oaks that you see on the landscape that are really old, and restore open meadow habitats. Because these habitats are so diminished, they are a real high priority for restoration whenever we have opportunity to invest in them. Next slide, please. All right, so finally, I did not want to disappoint you by missing an opportunity to reflect on rules and statute, because I know you're used to me doing that. And I found inspiration from a previous presentation. This will echo a lot of your conversations that you've had over the last couple of days through the strategic planning conversations. A year ago, the Department of Justice gave a Funding 101 presentation at the board meeting. I went back to that presentation and to ground myself, much as you have in the last couple of days, in the constitutional language and its connection to why OWEB invests in projects like the ones recommended to you today. There were a series of points, or an arc of points that happened during that presentation that really stood out to me. Agencies are creatures of statute and can only do things that statute gives them authority to do. OWEB is unique because the agency's authority to spend lottery funds is directed in both the Constitution and in statute because of Measure 76. Because of the ballot Measure 76, when looking at OWEB's authority to take action, whether it's rulemaking or entering into grant agreements, we are actually trying to determine the intent of voters in enacting the ballot Measure 76. So I went back to look at the results of Measure 76 ballot measure just to see how it went. Nearly 70% of the voters approved Measure 76, and Measure 76 passed in every county in the state. This demonstrates immense agreement for how lottery funds should be spent in watersheds. Voters said yes to a portion of lottery to be spent on these things that you see in the slide. They said yes to acquire land and water interest to protect and restore fish and wildlife habitat, to carry out projects to protect and restore fish and wildlife habitat, and to carry out projects to protect and restore natural watershed functions to improve water quality and quantity. And then also for activities like technical assistance, outreach, and monitoring that are necessary for accomplishing all those things in the blue box. And because of this, and the projects recommended to you today, we're going to fund some really awesome projects for fish and wildlife statewide. In Eastern Oregon, water quality will be improved by improving irrigation systems in the Powder Basin. Along the Mid-Columbia, in-stream conditions in North Fork John Day tributary will be restored to provide spawning and rearing habitat and to facilitate beaver occupation. In Central Oregon, over 12 CFS of in-stream flow will be restored in the Deschutes Basin that will improve aquatic habitat for the Oregon spotted frog. In Southwest Oregon, coho, chinook, cutthroat, steelhead, Pacific lamprey, they will have access to 56 miles of spawning habitat in the Smith River Basin. On the North Coast, coho, chinook, steelhead, Pacific lamprey, coastal cutthroat will all have access to almost 15 acres of tidal estuarine wetland rearing habitat. And finally, in the Willamette, Those red-legged frogs will have safe passage underneath Highway 30 so that they complete their life cycle. And these are just a few representative projects from each of the region. And I hope this presentation and the staff report demonstrates how open solicitation process is implementing the intent of the voters when they voted yes on Measure 76 to invest in fish and wildlife habitat and water quality and quantity. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, you have a question?
Yep. Great presentations. So Nicole, that last slide wasn't included. Could you make sure that we get a copy of that one? Because I would really like that slide.
Thank you. Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for all of the presentations today. They were really good. Katie, I just have one question for you on the willow planting area. Is there a strategy for dealing with the Reed's Canary issue in there, beyond just planting willows and hoping that they'll take over? Reed's Canary is you add more water and more ponding, it does very well in those kind of conditions.
Thank you. Really good question, Gary. So the current strategy and the partners' hope is that the willow gallery that they establish will outshade the reed canary grass, which is something that we have seen happen successfully. A project on the Kilchis River that the Nature Conservancy implemented comes to mind. In their freshwater areas, their willow galleries were able to provide a shade canopy. And while there's still reed canary grass present at the site, it's a little bit less dominant. And so I think that that's their current hope, but they do have some adaptive management in mind. So it's been an ongoing thing that folks have had to deal with on the North Coast and in the Willamette, and they're hoping that the shade strategy is going to be the most passive way of dealing with it, but we'll see. So thank you.
Jamie?
Echoing the great presentations all around. Katie, I wanted to ask you about a project you didn't talk about. And as everyone knows, we have limited resources, and there's criteria with the review team and with staff that's brought forward in consideration of projects. But we received a lot of public comment and advocacy for a project that was not recommended by staff. And that's the collaborative expansion of the Columbia County Water Quality Monitoring Program. So it was recommended by the review team, but not recommended for funding. And this happens every cycle where we have projects come up that the board is asked to take a closer look at. And so I wanted to ask, and this I noted that some of the letters reference matching grants and other things, but wanted to ask your reflections on this. And we do have the staff report that talks about both strengths and the concerns, but if you could speak specifically to this project, especially since it received numerous letters.
Sure, thank you, Jamie. And I believe that there's some public comment in your folders and perhaps some public comment happening at the public comment time period, but briefly, I'll just summarize the review team review of this project. Both the Oregon Plan monitoring team and the regional review team had some significant technical concerns about the project with how it related to the eDNA monitoring component that was proposed. That project has been known to collect really high quality data and has been the recipient of several other OWEB grants in the past to collect some of the continuous water quality data that they still are proposing to collect, but they are proposing to expand the project to include some other parameters that the two review teams found to have some technical concerns with. So I believe that is why it ranked where it did and was recommended accordingly, or not recommended by staff to move forward. And Eric can probably speak more about the statewide perspective as far as how competitive the program is and how those decisions are made on the staff level.
Thanks, Katie. Yeah, one other concern too that I think really stands out. We talked earlier and in Liz's last slide about for the types of grant offerings that we have that are not restoration or acquisition, they need to be in service to, necessary for restoration or acquisition. And one of the concerns noted there is that the reviewers could not draw that path to this proposed project and eligible restoration or acquisition projects. And then regarding the statewide picture, this is something that goes into the staff funding recommendation each time. If you recall, some of the numbers earlier on for monitoring, we only have 2 cycles in a biennium, so this is the first of 2. And we have recommended just about half of what's in the spending plan. And so if we were to go deeper into the recommended projects, you would basically be saying, well, let's fund this project that has significant concerns, and taking that away from the pot that would be available the next time. And then the final thing I would say regarding the rankings, and I think we see this fairly regularly in review team meetings, that we don't always have consensus on the review team. A dozen to 15 people are looking at this, technical experts, and the applications that ranked low often are those that don't have consensus on the funding recommendation. And in this case, I think it was pretty much close to, 60-40. And that ends up leading the reviewers to rank it low, because those that, are on the do not fund side are more likely to rank it low because the team as a whole recommended the project.
Thank you both for that. To the first point you made about it perhaps not directly aligning with this grant type, are you suggesting that it may rank higher if it's applied through a different grant type?
No, sorry. I think to address that concern, the application would have to talk about how the information collected through that monitoring project is necessary to inform restoration.
All right, any other questions? Okay, not hearing any. Thank you both for your presentations, and Eric for facilitating.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And we are moving on to public comment. We have 2 people signed up this morning. We are running a little behind, so I hope they are still with us. And I think they're both virtual, is that right? I am going to ask Sneha. Are you available? Is it?
Yeah, hi.
Rao? Your last name is Rao?
Yeah, that's right.
Awesome, thank you. All right, we'll give you 3 minutes, and please state your name for the record.
My name is Sneha Rao, and I'm a research scientist at the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership. Good morning, esteemed members of the board. I am joining the call today to be making a statement in support of funding our grant application for the collaborative expansion of the Columbia County Water Quality Monitoring Program. Since 2018, OWEB has played a pivotal role providing essential funding that has helped nurture and expand the scope of the monitoring project to its current state of success and influence. The project now monitors a whole suite of crucial parameters that indicate watershed health across 6 key subbasins in Columbia County. Our efforts have attracted an overwhelming wave of collaborative support from our partners, some of whom include the Columbia County Soil and Water Conservation District, Columbia County Department of Public Health, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Scappoose Bay Watershed Council, and the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. Through their letters of support, they articulate that the project is an invaluable asset and informs their restoration actions, strategic planning, and forthcoming programs. Our partners have leveraged the water quality data from this project to secure over $3 million of funding for on-the-ground restoration projects. Our partners actively use the data from this project for TMDL management, stream temperature modeling, and stormwater and erosion control ordinance management. The water quality data has also been the foundation for creation of new regulatory programs that will help address water quality issues in the county. I would like to reiterate that the application was recommended for funding by the OWEB review team, And if the funding for this project is discontinued, the project will cease to exist beyond 2023. This will cause huge setbacks to all of our partners' efforts. We are willing to scale the project to fit the current line of funding, and we encourage further consideration and discussion. However, not being recommended for funding does have the potential to significantly affect us and our partners. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions?
Hi, thank you so much for your public comment. You mentioned a flexibility on adapting the request. If the board were to consider approving at a reduced amount, would that be something that could still allow the project to move forward?
Yes, it could still allow the project to move forward. We would have to scale the project down to fit what is the long-term continued trends and status trends monitoring of the crucial parameters. And we would apply for the eDNA maybe at a later stage, but essentially continue the long-term monitoring that we've been doing since 2017.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your public comment today.
Thank you very much for listening.
And we now have Dr. Elaine, is it Placido?
It is.
Awesome. Thank you. State your name for the record, please, and then you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Elaine Placido, Executive Director of the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership. My connection is not awesome here, so I'm hoping that I'm coming through okay for you. I'm here to urge the board to consider funding our collaborative expansion of Columbia County Water Quality Monitoring Program. This long-term effort has been crucially important and valuable in Columbia County. Funding for programs is difficult to find, and loss of this funding will put this important work in jeopardy and limit our ability to identify future restoration and water quality projects. I appreciate and applaud the support and work of our partners in Columbia County, which Neha mentioned, and I urge the board to consider funding of this collaborative and important project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any clarifying questions from the board? All right, thank you for engaging with us today. And then I would like to identify the written comment we received today. Celine Keeney, Casey Garrett, Kelly Jo Smith, Margaret Magruder, Eric O'Connell, Casey Mitchell, Jim Brick, Rachel Myers, and Dr. Elaine Placido. Thank you for your written comments today. Bruce.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple questions on this project, and I don't know how they, when or how.
Can we take a break and then we're going to do deliberations? We'll let's take a break first, and then we'll come back and ask questions.
That's great.
Thank you. I need a break. Thank you. Oh. Can everybody find your way to your seats, please? Well, he says, hey, I still have that mail in my truck. And I says, leave it for me from when I come here. And he never did. Thank you. He never did. But that's mine. You have 2 more coming. If you wanted them. Okay. All right. Awesome. Okay, good. All right. It is now 10:06. It is me. Yes. It's 10:16, and we are on agenda I. And I think we're going to start out with. Did you want to start, Eric, or do you want us to jump right in?
Why don't you jump in with your questions?
Okay. Bruce, please.
So the Columbia County Monitoring Project. It is my understanding that we have funded this in the past. Is that correct?
This is Katie Duzick for the record. We have the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership has been successful in being awarded other monitoring grants in the past, yes, and that was in part for their status and trend monitoring, which is a part of this proposal. So we fund on a project by project basis, so not a program.
I understand the distinction. So within this program, what I heard was a reasoning that said we would not fund this because of it's not tied to restoration. There is no clear tie to restoration. Is that the way I understood it, Eric, or either one of you?
That was one of several concerns. There were other technical concerns that Katie mentioned as well.
I just felt a disconnect in reasoning why we didn't fund this when we have a history of funding this elements of this project. So maybe
I think I might be able to help with that a little bit. So the previous monitoring projects that were funded did include the status and trend monitoring, looking at some of the water quality parameters that are also being proposed to continue here. But as you'll note from the title of the application, this is the collaborative expansion of that effort. And so it includes several additional parameters that have not been funded in the past, and one of which the review teams did struggle with, and that was the eDNA proposed monitoring, which is also one of the main reasons for the increase in the cost from past funded projects with this partnership. And so it was my impression from hearing the discussions from both the Oregon Plan Monitoring team and then the regional review team that parameter was kind of what was giving them the most sort of technical pause, and probably the pause for moving ahead with the link between restoration. Another one was the dissolved oxygen monitoring, which had also increased in scope and scale. So the review team did really struggle with the discussions, knowing the high quality data that this group does put forth, but found that the proposal was at least lacking in clarity around particularly the eDNA.
Thanks for that. And as I read through our documents and the comments that were received, it seemed to me that there were elements of this monitoring program which were solely or were absolutely in the basket of ODF and W. There were some that seemed to make perfect sense for DEQ, but those that and they should be funding those. I'd hope they would fund those if they make sense. But the ones that have made sense for us in the past, and is the fact that it has been lumped in, gets me back to the comment that Jamie made. if we can continue funding what we funded that we already thought made sense, that worked for Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, I could be supportive of that. I mean, that's a justification for me of a lower level as opposed to a full, if it's even technically or by rule possible. So anyway, everything you said makes sense, but I would like to continue funding what we have already determined is valid for us to fund.
Thanks, Bruce. Two comments. One is that, just a reminder, this project is actually 2 projects below the line. There's one ranked above it that also has significant concerns. And the other point is the way that our program is structured, the applications that we end up awarding funds for, the application itself is the scope of service that becomes part of the grant agreement. We don't have our application structured to have distinct and separate elements that you can pick and choose funding, and we don't have, because of the high volume of applications coming in, a process to, in essence, negotiate a new dollar amount and a new scope.
Mark.
So I clearly hear what you just said, Eric. But I wanted to elaborate just a little bit. We've been funding this project since 2008 at some level. The project partners that are providing $130,000 include the City of Scappoose, the City of St. Helens, Columbia County Soil and Water, Lower Columbia Watershed Council, Scappoose Watershed Council, National Estuary Project, ODF&W, and DEQ. So that's where there's funding coming from those agencies. And what they've done, it looks like, and I tried to call Margaret during the break. She's a county commissioner that I know, and she wasn't available, but this is an expansion of what they'd like to do. They want to build on the existing data from 2008 and expand the efforts in Milton Creek, Scappoose River, Beaver Creek, Clatskanie. So I'm following up on Jamie's comments. You know, if we've funded this program since 2008, and we say, you know, you fell below the line, maybe we can say, well, we're not really interested in expanding the program with the funding that we have. We'll continue, that since you've been collecting data since 2008 and you're still asking for water quality monitoring projects in these basins, we would continue to fund that, but not fund these additional areas that you're asking for additional funding for, given that we've got $130,000 committed from other sources. And if we say, well, we'd commit 100 and some, half of the 270 that they're asking for and continue that program, help me understand, could we do that without opening the whole door here of trying to renegotiate? I'm trying to find a compromise here.
Thanks, Mark. I appreciate that. Katie Duzick, I just wanted to clarify that they have been collecting data since 2008. OWEB has not been funding it consistently since 2008. So just a point of clarity, and I haven't looked up all the different grants, but you are correct that they have been collecting status and trend data since 2008.
How much
I can look into that. I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but I'd be happy to look into that for you. Sorry, go ahead.
We've been funding it in recent years?
We have been funding it in recent years. I believe the last 3 grant cycles monitoring, they've had a successful application. Typically, they apply for 1 year at a time, and the grant awards have been in the neighborhood of between $30,000 and $40,000 for the yearly monitoring. So I think the reviewers were also looking at the cost for the data and the restoration or lack of restoration projects coming in through OWEB that are referencing this information. And I also want to add to your point about it being funded since 2008. I have worked for OWEB since 2010, and so I've seen a lot of these projects that are successful water quality monitoring coming through, and there does get to be a point where the reviewers would like to see more information about restoration that's happening on the ground, and so I think we shared that with the partners in our comments and evaluation, and so that could be one reason for the lower ranking that Eric referenced earlier. So thanks, and I'll look that up for you if I have time here.
Greg. Thank you, Barbara. So it sounds like the concern is that this is a continuous data set and the worry that the data set is going to stop because if we don't provide funding. And so that's one of my questions. Is that the case? But also, to your guys' point about this being the second application below the line, I would have to go back and look, but is the applicant that's ahead also in a continuous funding kind of situation? Do you know that off the top?
Katie Duzick. So the applicant ahead is the Lincoln SWCD, and they are not currently in a continuous funding pattern, although OWEB has funded a series of similar iterations of water quality monitoring in the past that have been supportive of the Mid-Coast TMDLs. And so that applicant was looking to kind of reinvigorate that monitoring after a pause, and also have that build on the strategic implementation area monitoring that they are collecting as part of that. And I guess if you have a follow-up question, Meg, I can answer it, or I can provide this information that some clearly delivered to me from the back of the room.
The follow-up question really is is it the case that, to your knowledge, that this will create a gap in what has been a continuous data set for?
It will create a gap, and I met in person with Sneha and the other partners a few weeks ago, and they're concerned about that gap. And we talked about other funding sources they might have that might be able to cover it, but they are. I think the reason that you're seeing for their comment is they're concerned about the gap. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Is their current funding over now? Have they spent everything?
They have not currently billed out their last grant, but I expect that they'll do so.
I'm just curious how much time they have
before
they run out, and at what point does the gap occur? Is it 6 months down the road? Are there other grant applications? I mean, this is even small grant applications can help fill in things. Just give me a timing. I'm becoming a little less. It sounds to me like information from OWEB goes out, and if it comes to the board, sometimes it seems to me like it's coming to me as a board member as we're surprised by this, that we're not getting funded. But this is the discussions that go on all the way through the process. It's they obviously knew what the concerns were. Am I correct on that, Eric? And so I'm getting.
Yeah, that's correct. We provide these evaluations about 4 weeks ahead of the board meeting, so that they can review and decide whether, in other offering types, not monitoring, but decide whether they want to put an application in right away for the next cycle. But yes, they had that information. And, I think what we heard in the public comment, we've just expressed the biggest concern is a gap in the data. And just what I would ask you to think about is how does that relate to our criteria? Because we have to evaluate the applications on our criteria. We don't have criteria that talk about, gaps in a continuing program. It's really focused on, will the information inform future restoration or acquisition?
And I think, Bruce, if you don't mind, I see you have a question mark, but I have, and he asked a question particular to their current grant. And so it does expire on May 1st, 2024, and they have spent just about half of the $33,000, although they haven't billed for a while. So I expect that there's additional funds in there that they haven't billed for, so they're close to being done. OWEB has awarded 4 grants to this partnership since 2019 for the work, just shy of $100,000 total for those 4.
So Jamie was first and then Mark.
So thanks for this conversation, and just in general, I really also appreciate the public input on this. And just to say, as we enter in this conversation, I think staff did their job in terms of the criteria, Eric, that you mentioned, and that consideration. One of the beauties of coming to the board is the board then has some additional flexibility to be thinking about some of these other things that would not be part of the criteria process. And one of the things I was thinking about when I was looking at this in this group, could you remind me, as I believe in one of the last couple of meetings, we talked specifically about potential grants to this region, to an organization in this region, and the board decided not to expand or increase funding, and that's striking to me, because some of the concerns I read in the report and that have been commented on is some of the issues were not as effectively spoken to as they could be. And so could you just comment on OWEB's support to organizations in this region? Has that been reduced or cut or not continued in this past cycle?
Do you want to address that? Go ahead.
So Jamie, I'm sorry, this is Katie Duzick. I have a follow-up question. Are you referring, I know that the Lower Columbia River Estuary Partnership does receive an additional partnership grant, I want to say, or I'm phoning a friend to Eric.
Yeah, it's on the bottom section of our spending plan. It's one of those, previously committed funds to the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership. I don't think that's what you're referring to, though. I think you were referring to the capacity grant that we discussed last time. I think where we're at with that is we have extended the timeline from the previous one so that they have access to those funds. And I think you were asking, are there any other organizations in the North Coast region where that happened? Was that your question?
Thank you for your clarification. It is the capacity grant, because as I look at this, and having in a previous life worked in the nonprofit sector, having the resources to submit these applications is really challenging if you don't have some of that capacity support. And so as I'm looking at this also and looking at some of the critique of it, it strikes me that, or the question in my mind is, had they had additional capacity, would they have been able to write a stronger grant in terms of all the different issues that my colleagues have raised, of the continuation of an existing grant, the data gaps, some of those opportunities. That's some of the things that's striking me. So just that clarification that the board decided not to.
Yeah, I think in this case, it is different than the capacity application. I think this one, and you heard from some of the commenters who are part of this partnership, they're obviously technically sound professionals that are working on this project. They were adding very technical components to it. And if they didn't have capacity, I don't think they could write an application with those highly technical components added to it. So I think it is very different than what we talked about last time.
Yeah, and I'll just clarify that the group in question that we were discussing was the Lower Columbia River Watershed Council, who is located in this region and works with some of these partners, but hasn't been affiliated with this work to date. So,
Mark.
So Katie, you answered part of my question, so I just want to clarify. Their grant goes through March of 24.
May 1st, 2024, their current
May 1st, okay. Okay, so they potentially have some funding through May of 24. So this is the spring offering. When is our next offering for open solicitation?
We do have open solicitation offerings every 6 months. However, monitoring is only offered once a year.
That answers that question. I was thinking maybe we could just go back to them and say, you need to redo your application and come back to us, and might have a little more potential of getting some funding there. Thank you.
Jamie.
Thanks. And the follow-up question, and Mark touched on this before, is there was the continuation of the previous project in terms of the scope, plus some additional scope in this project. Could you carve out, and or are you able to carve out roughly out of the total amount, what was a continuation of previous monitoring work and what would be the added component?
Katie Duzick, and this is interesting because the regional review team had a really similar conversation, and that was their one option that they talked about, but in the time of our meeting and the discussion, they weren't able to do so easily. And oftentimes when that happens, as facilitators, we try to get them to keep the project intact if it's not a very simple approach, and that's just because we consider the applications complete as they're written, and we never know coming into it in a review what it might do to the overall project by kind of starting to doctor around with different components. And since the review team wasn't able to do so simply, they were encouraged to move ahead to a vote as the project as is. So.
Thank you. But would staff be able to, like, what did we fund them at? What rate do we fund them at previously for this work?
So they were operating at about, and of course costs change over time, but their previous grant was on a 1-year basis and it was for $33,000 and change. However, this grant is looking at a 3-year effort. So that's another reason for the increased costs. And they're looking at about $90,000 a year for their monitoring costs total, including everything.
So with costs, if we looked at going from 33 per year to say 50K per year at the 3 years, then like 150K to our best guess. And I appreciate the comment already made about not wanting to bifurcate, but the thing that seems to me unique about this project is the volume of partners, the match, which is extraordinary. I mean, even in our strategic planning, we're talking about leveraging outside funds and leveraging partnerships. And this project seemed to speak to so many things that we've been centering as really valuable. It's striking me as unique in that aspect. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Liza Jane.
I apologize that I haven't read our applications. I will. But I think it was Kelly that talked yesterday about asking our applicants for their sustainability plan. And applications like this, it seems like could go on forever. And do we ask them, after we're done funding you, how do you plan to continue getting funded so that this project will have value in the long run? Do we ask that?
Thanks, Liza Jane. We ask that quite frequently, and that often shows up in evaluations for the type of projects that have received funding through intervals over time. Reviewers often make the comment, we'd like to know how this is going to become sustainable. So that's not unusual.
And did they have an answer?
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. This one, I don't know that that question was asked in the last evaluation. I'd have to go back and look at what the previous evaluation said.
Meg.
Thank you, Barbara. This is kind of a general question, I think, but this conversation has got me thinking about the line between monitoring or maybe technical assistance or other non-restoration projects and restoration that you guys were mentioning, that, and that over time, when you're funding a project like this, it sounded like people were getting kind of squeamish about still not seeing a line between this monitoring and restoration. And two questions. Does the applicant hear that somewhere along the way? And if you're an applicant, how does that happen? How do you draw that line? Is it to other projects, to your own projects, to what you see for the future? I mean, how does that happen?
Let me start, and then Katie, you can embellish with probably better information. But I think a couple ways to do that is if you're doing status and trend monitoring, you're doing that so obviously you can see the conditions over time as they relate to restoration needs and past restoration that's been implemented. And so it'd be helpful in an application to fully describe how the status and trend monitoring has been used in the past to inform specific restoration projects, and then how it might be used in the future to continue to identify places where perhaps more work is needed.
Thanks, Eric. And I'll just add that in this case, I will have to say the conversation hasn't really come up yet with this particular project, in part because the status and trend data has been viewed as a data gap. And so the review teams actually encourage the applicant to get up to 8 years of baseline data, which is what people would really hope to have in an ideal situation. When Eric was talking, I was trying to determine whether or not we're there or not, but I believe we were there at the last application. And so this application, including the new parameters, particularly the eDNA, that the review teams had concern about embarking on, and its relevance to restoration work that OWEB might fund. So I think that's where you're seeing a bit of a disconnect. Is usually we would have had this conversation, but because this application changed, you're not seeing a lot of that in the evaluation.
Say that again.
When the time's appropriate, I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you. Lindsay.
I have a comment about a different topic, so just didn't want to quell this conversation, but wondered if it was appropriate now.
I have one more question on this particular, to wrap this one up. Is there tasks or goals you'd be comfortable taking out of this? Or does that just runs into, it's muddled?
Yeah, so I think the challenge with that, Barbara, is that when you start to do that, you would want further technical review, which is why, to Mark's point, our response is often, here's the things to work on, come back in the next cycle, which for the other 3 offerings is coming up. But for monitoring, it's another year. And then I think that's part of the struggle that we're having here.
And I did, sorry, Barbara, I wanted to clarify that I spoke incorrectly about their status and trend information. This application would fund years 7 through 9, so of that status and trends.
Oh, thank you. All right, anything else on this topic? Or application, thank you. All right, Lindsay.
Thank you. For the record, Lindsay McClary. I'd like to make a comment on an agenda item specific to Region 3. The project number is 223-3027, titled To Kill Floodplain Reforestation. The grantee is the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, which is a project under my administration. It is recommended for funding, and I do plan to vote on this item, but I would like to take a minute to address the potential perceived conflict of interest. This is the first time it's coming up, but may not be the last time as I am serving as a board member. The project is normal course of business for me in my position with the tribe, and neither me nor my family will directly benefit in any way. Additionally, OWEB staff have coordinated with the Department of Justice to review for a conflict of interest, and the Oregon Government Ethics Commission determined that there is not a conflict of interest and that I can participate in voting. I'm happy to talk anymore if people have questions or cite ORSs or how we got here, but thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. All right, any other deliberations or questions clarifying? If not, I would entertain a motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. And actually, just before I get to the motion, much respect and appreciation, Lindsay, for that building public trust by stating potential and clarifying no conflict of interest. Thank you. So I move that the board approve the staff funding recommendation as described in attachment D to the spring 2023 open solicitation grant offering staff report, with the addition of $150,000 for the collaborative expansion of the Columbia County Water Quality Monitoring Program 2023 through 2026, application number 223-1028-23003, for a continuation of their current project scope only.
Is there a second? It's It's been moved by Jamie, seconded by Mark. Is there further discussion? Lindsay.
Thank you, Lindsay McClure for the record. My only concern with that is the parsing out of the application. And as I understand it, that may not be normal course of business for us or possible to do since the application is considered complete when submitted.
Yes.
Thank you for that. And frankly, reflecting the concerns raised by staff, I think in general, I would agree, and staff has mentioned before that parsing out projects is very difficult. I think what's unique about this project is that there is that continuation of current work, and there's a threat of losing a continuation of data, and there's also the threat of losing all the work they've done in building up that partnership and leveraging all those additional funds. And then lastly, our commentators specifically spoke to and said that they could address and still move forward with a reduced scope. And so, whereas normally I think your argument's very well taken, I think in this exception, we have a clear scope of work, and that's why that's included in the motion, that would clarify where that line is drawn.
More discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm torn with this project. We've got 9 other entities that are providing $130,000 in match funding for this project. Quote, this project remains a high priority for addressing water quality issues and contributing to ESA listed species recovery, ensuring healthy ecosystems for future generations, unquote. So definitely in the camp with Jamie on not wanting to expand the program. I'm in the camp of we need to continue the work of doing this. I'm in the camp of Liza Jane is, well, we can't do this forever. What's the sustainable? And then I'm torn because I don't know how staff's going to go back and figure this out if we do approve it. But yet we've got this concept of we've got a whole bunch of entities that are partners here that we love, and we've got a significant amount of match here that we support. So can you see my push-pull here with me personally on this? I'm not sure. I would be interested how others feel about this on this push-pull kind of a thing, because I can see pros and cons to this.
Meg?
I agree with you, Mark, on the push-pulls, and I just wanted to, Jamie has further clarified the scope question that we've been talking about. And I'd like to give you guys one more opportunity to say, is this a workable thing for you to administer if this motion were to pass? Is this administrable?
Yeah, let me respond and also let Katie respond as well. We just simply don't usually do this, so I don't have, a roadmap for how that's going to work. And as I said before, when we think about altering scopes of services, we often feel the need for more technical review, but we don't have that opportunity. We can't get the team together to do that. And without, looking at the details of the application right now, I can't give you an answer as to how we would do that. The other kind of precedent-setting thing, I think to my knowledge, I don't believe the board has ever skipped over an application in the ranking and funded one below. So those are 2 precedents you'd be setting. It's certainly your purview to do that, but I just wanted to point that out.
Bruce.
This is in my backyard, and I want to support it. And I can't. I have to support the staff recommendation. I think in the same way I hold staff to high standards, I think it's fair to hold applicants to high standards as well, to listen carefully, to understand how things are framed. If there were an opportunity to extend the current monitoring grant that we have, that's already in place, the 33,000 and change, I believe you said, for an additional year, some kind of an emergency thing outside of this grant cycle. I don't know. The precedent on that would be so much less concern for data gap to me than the precedent that we would be setting by making the changes in this grant cycle based on what Eric has said. So I feel for these great people and the work they're doing, and the pressure it's going to put on the other partners to maybe step up, to do a little more. And if staff can find a way to extend their current level of funding, which obviously met our standards, I would be happy to vote to advance that. But as it currently stands, I would not be able to vote for the motion on the floor.
We've got Kelly's hands up, and then Mark.
Thanks, Kelly Coates for the record. So I've been thinking a lot about what we've heard in our feedback for strategic planning. And one of the things that really resonated with me was one of the comments from our grantees is that it seems like decisions are being made at the board level that are not connected or are outside of the more local level and what's happening within the region. And I've been thinking about that in the context of the decisions that the board makes around funding, because these projects are proposed at a regional level and they're reviewed by the review teams at the regional level that then make the recommendations to the staff that work at these regional levels, and then the staff recommends to the board. So it's tricky, but sometimes I wonder if when we make decisions as a board that are precedent setting or outside the scope of how we would normally respond, that we might be perpetuating that higher level decision making and taking that decision making away from that regional level and that regional review team. And so I don't have a good answer right now to what we're deliberating about, but it's just something that I've been thinking about that I wanted to bring up to my fellow board members in relation to decisions like this. So thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Mark, and then Jamie.
Okay, and the reason I second the motions is so we could have this discussion. So I am probably going to vote no on this project also. And the reason is I want to give a little editorial comment before I finish. But the editorial comment is I guess similar to Kelly, I listened very carefully to some of the comments that we were receiving as a board from some of our partners and grantees, and it bothered me significantly when I think it was a comment that said something like, well, the board just rubber stamps whatever the staff recommendation is. And that kind of bothered me a little bit because I don't do that. And I don't think the rest of the board members do that either. We put a lot of emphasis on what our staff recommends, both at the regional level, at the local level, and at the state staff level. We put a lot of stake into that. But I try to listen and read the material that comes to us, and particularly when the public comments on a particular item. You know, I don't rubber stamp. I can only speak for myself. I never rubber stamp a staff recommendation, whether it's on the Fish and Wildlife Commission or others, but I listen to all the different viewpoints and then I draw a conclusion. And so that's my editorial comment. So what's before us today, I think, is a tough decision, but I also believe that, they've got funding through May 2024. Okay, so they've got funding through there. So the next open solicitation for monitoring will be probably in October of 2024. So they could come back to us and say, we heard you, board. We know this is an important project. We'd like to continue it. And they're probably listening now, but you could come back with a revised application and look for monitoring to go beyond that. And we would evaluate that just like we evaluate all the others. But I agree that we are setting a little bit of a precedent, but I think the discussion was really good today because we're questioning staff. We're questioning what came up on this, and there's pros and cons back and forth to that. And so the conclusion I would draw for my personal opinion is that, we probably need to stay the course with this one and not approve.
Thank you, Mark. Jamie.
First, a procedural question to Mark. Are you withdrawing your second, or are you saying, okay, so then I would actually like to propose an alternative motion, and then you could make a determination of whether or not you stand in the second. Hearing the conversation, and just before I make it to frame it, that the
Jamie, I think we have to vote on this one since there's a motion and a second.
Okay, then I can withdraw my motion and then follow up with a new motion.
And seconded.
Do you agree with withdrawal of the motion?
Legally, you can do that. I could withdraw one second.
Yeah.
Correct.
There's no motion.
Correct. Okay.
Withdraw the second.
The second.
Yeah, that's why I asked the procedural question. Okay, in that case, I'd propose a new motion. And to create context around it, based on some of the comments made, is that the current level of funding of 33 per year, staff even mentioned that was previous, and we've looked at, in the last funding cycle, increasing costs all around. And so that's going to be the 33 versus the 50. That this scope has already been reviewed. The scope of the continuing scope only has already been approved and recommended for approval. And then also to Kelly's point, the review team actually recommended approval on this project. It was when it came back that was recommended when it fell below the line. So my new motion is I move the board approve the staff funding recommendations as described in attachment D to the spring 2023 open solicitation grant offering staff report, with the addition of $50,000 for the collaborative expansion of the Columbia County Water Quality Monitoring Program for 1 year only. And then the application number 223-1028-23003 for a continuation of their current project scope only.
Is there a second? All right, hearing none, motion has failed. So who would like to attempt another motion? Lindsay?
Thank you. For the record, Lindsay McClary. I move the board approve the staff funding recommendations as described in attachment D to the spring 2023 open solicitation grant offering staff report.
It has been moved by Lindsay, seconded by Gary. Is there further discussion?
Make a comment with that discussion?
Yes.
Okay. Mark, to your point, I think that I have so much respect for our process. The review teams, staff, the many steps, the many looks. Also the work that our staff does with people, agencies that are considering applying, I think is rare and positive. So I just want to say that I can respect that and disagree with it at the same time. That's my job as a board member. However, in this in this situation, I don't. I respect it and I agree with it and want to support that.
All right. Do we want roll call on this vote? No? Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody, for engaging. That was really, really good.
So before we move to the next item, I want to explain the applause. Liz Redon and I had the opportunity recently to travel to Olympia, where we attended our sister agency's board meeting, the SURF board, the Salmon Recovery Funding Board. And we took away some lessons learned about their board meetings that we felt like maybe were things we could learn from. And one very easy thing was that everyone in the audience clapped when they awarded funding. But all, not to be trite, but this is $12.4 million of funding, of public funding that you all have allocated to really good projects around our state. And it represents a lot of hard work on behalf of the grantees, our volunteer review teams, the staff, and you all. So we think a little bit of celebration is a good thing from time to time. So thank you.
So Barbara, could I make a comment?
Yes, Mark.
So as staff was going through these presentations today, I don't know if the other board members were the same, but I'm sitting there going, man, this is so cool what we're doing. I mean, if you look at what we just funded and you just kind of go down through that, as a board member and as a Fish and Wildlife Commissioner, I'm saying we're doing really good things here. And as staff was going through those presentations, I just said to myself, wow, this is so cool. Now, whether we're going to bring the fish back or the watersheds back is always debatable, but we're giving it our best shot. So that's what I was just sitting here to myself saying, this is really cool.
Thank you. So Eric Hartstein, are you okay with 10-minute break? Because I had a couple board members had to go grab their bags and get them out of the room. So
Yes.
Are we okay? I'm sorry about that, but 11:10, please. Thank you.
as soon as I get my mouth undone. Okay, everybody, I'd like to invite you back to the table.
These came in that way. We've already had a copy.
Mhm. Thank you for that short break. I think that was good. And now we get to hear about the FIP Partnership Learning Project.
Great. Thank you, Liza Jane. Co-chairs, members of the board, for the record, Eric Hartstein, Senior Policy Coordinator. I'm here with OWEB staff, Denise Hoffert and Jillian McCarthy, who is on the Zoom, I think, both partnership coordinators with the FIP program. And we're really, really happy to introduce Jennifer Arnold with Reciprocity Consulting. Jennifer has served a really critical role with the Bonneville Environmental Foundation team that has helped OWEB develop the FIP program and offer some insights that has really led to the program becoming what it is today. So Jennifer is here today to present part 3 of the Partnership Learning Project, which is included as attachment A to your staff report. Parts 1 and 2 of the project were presented to the board back in 2017 and 2018 and dealt with topics like what it takes to initiate a partnership and how funders can help build resiliency in these types of partnerships. This third part of the report builds on these to develop a framework to better understand partnership performance and resilience, as well as looking at strategies that were derived from groups that have participated in the Partnership Technical Assistance and the FIP programs. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Eric. It is so exciting to be here with you all. I came from Tacoma, Washington. I brought some almond roca chocolates to share with you all and celebrate, because it really is fun to be here in person. I have a lot of connections to Oregon as well, and I love that you have your meetings in different parts of the state. So I want to start by thanking all of the partnerships for their generous and thoughtful reflections. And I even see a couple board members that I've interviewed earlier on in the part 1 of this and 2 of this project. And I want to thank OWEB staff for ongoing dialogue throughout and even incorporating meaningful program changes through the course of this study. And the BEF team for collaboration and insight over the last number of years. And the BEF team especially has worked closely with the FIP partnerships. I'm going to start by introducing the theory of change for OWEB's partnership-focused investments. I know this is very small. These are just designed as handouts, so there'll be a couple of these, but I'm going to walk you all through them. But I do encourage you all to look at the full report. It is long, but it's beautifully graphically designed by Casey Davis Design, so you can quickly kind of flip through and get some good nuggets. One of the most beautiful documents. Thank you, Casey. Yes, it's been a real partnership with Casey as well. She knows the partnerships very well, just for closely working with us in the document. But OWEB with these investments aims to accelerate the pace and scale of restoration across the state by supporting high-performing partnerships. Partnerships are voluntary collaboration between multiple organizations, individuals, or tribes. Why partnerships? That high-performing partnerships bring together diverse skills, capacity, perspectives, and relationships from different organizations and individuals. They learn together, plan together, and in many contexts act together to advance restoration at larger scales and more complex landscapes. Now I'm going to move from left to right in the theory of change. So we start by recognizing that there are so many diverse partnerships across Oregon. They work on different scales, geographies, and issues, and each has a unique structure and function, which may change over time. They evolve as their work evolves, or in response to internal changes, like changes in key partners, or external changes, like changes in funding or policies that create opportunities for their work. So with this in mind, OWEB has 2 investments in partnerships. You hear a lot about the FIP, but we're going to start with the Partnership Technical Assistance Grants. Formerly, these were also called the Development FIP Grants or the Capacity Building FIP Grants. The name was changed over the course of the study, actually in response to some of the learning from parts 1 and parts 2, that these are actually separate grant opportunities. They can complement each other, but they have value in themselves. So taking FIP out of the name of the Partnership Technical Assistance Grants. These are grants up to 3 years, up to $150,000 for partnerships to develop a strategic action plan, a governance documents or strengthen their governance. And a more recent evolution has been that these grants can also be used just to support partnership coordination for those partnerships that already have a strategic action plan and strong governance. The FIP grants are focused on implementing strategic actions when a partnership already has a strategic action plan, and that those address a board identified ecological priority over a 6-year time frame, up to $12 million. In addition to these 2 grant opportunities, OWEB has also worked with the BEF team to develop resource guides, which are available online for any partnerships to take advantage of. They also invest in grantee gatherings once a biennium for learning and networking among grantees. And with these investments, we expect partnerships will coordinate their work better engage diverse constituencies, work through challenges, the complexity of scaling up and tackling more ambitious restoration problems, securing resources. They'll be better able to incorporate science and collective learning. They'll be better able to achieve their goals and sustain their impact. That's the idea behind these investments. And from that, we expect a whole suite of social and ecological benefits, especially thinking about the diversity of these different partnership types across the state. So I'm going to give you a brief timeline. Eric started off thinking about the timing of this. I've been working on this project for 7 years now. I was talking with Renee yesterday. It's been really a huge opportunity for learning because you have this longitudinal or ongoing study. So just to highlight the PTA grants, there have been 5 cohorts that you'll see up here on the screen in blue. The FIP cohorts, there have been 3 already, with the 4th already turning in their applications. You all are starting to review those. You'll see the dark band on the FIP cohort represents the 6-year granting period. But in reality, once those projects are funded, it can take 2 to 4 years to actually complete all of them. So we're actually looking at a 10-year FIP initiative to complete those projects. So that's that lighter colored extension on the timeline. And then along the bottom, the Partnership Learning Project Part 1 started just working with the PTA grantees, and then quickly followed by Part 2, working with the first cohort of FIP grantees. And even through those Part 1 and Part 2, people said to us, please, OWEB, come back and talk to us in a few years to see all the work we've done and how we've evolved. So this Part 3 allows us to do that. So I talked with all of the partnerships I talked initially, in addition to all the other partnerships that were funded since then. And as Eric mentioned, the overarching questions: what do partnerships need to be resilient and perform well? And how can OWEB as a funder support partnerships to have the greatest impact? And he kind of mentioned this: Part 1, initiating and formalizing a partnership. Part 2, the dynamics of established partnerships, looking at those FIPs, the first cohort. And Part 3 now, really building up and developing a refined framework. So tools for partnerships and funders to understand how to support performance and resilience. It's a large study, and so we have a lot of research questions. We were interested in understanding that diversity of different partnership types across the state, and how does that relate to the goals of these 2 grant programs and the theory of change. How do partnerships build resilience to withstand changes and stressors? We know there are definitely changes and stressors occurring all the time. And then what does high performance look like, especially, again, considering the diversity of different partnership types? And then this last one, the first three would have been a study all in themselves, but we decided we wanted a deeper dive into 4 specific aspects or strategies to maintain performance and accountability. And so each one of these 4 could have been their own little study. So number 1, what is the trust? How do partnerships build trust among partners to ask challenging questions so they really can get to the most high priority projects and efforts? Number 2, what does that external review of FIP projects look like? So when partnerships receive a FIP grant, they receive funding for a set of projects over a 6-year time frame. But then at least each biennium, OWEB facilitates technical review at the project level to make sure that those projects are well designed and meet the goals and objectives of the grant. The third is expanding the circle. That can include a partnership adding new partners or just thinking about how to engage different constituencies. And the fourth area, tracking progress and telling the story of impact, similar to the conversation we had just before the break. We know how important that is. And so this is a map of the different funded partnerships. In the yellow triangle are those PTA only grantees. And let's see, I think there were, I can't quite read, 16 of those. The blue triangles, partnerships that got a PTA grant only, there were 9 of those. And then partnerships that were awarded a PTA grant followed by a FIP grant, there were 7 of those partnerships, and you do see them across the state. This is an exciting map that you all should be proud of. The methods, I worked with OWEB, actually with Denise, to invite 31 partnerships to participate. We emphasized this was voluntary, not at all a condition of their relationship with OWEB or their grant agreements. We offered a $250 partnership stipend to any partnership that had at least 2 people participating. Participation was confidential, so I never link anything that a partnership said to the partnership itself. We wanted to make sure that the findings itself were helpful and to support all of our learning, but that they don't have any consequences for funding in the future for any of these partnerships. People had an option to participate in an online survey, an interview, or a group discussion. And overall, I heard from 73 people from 26 different partnerships. And I specialize in collaboration and partnership work, and it was just so exciting to get to know all of these different amazing groups. I analyze data using grounded theory. That's where I inductively look for patterns coming up from the data that relate to the research questions. And then I iteratively go through the data to build theory grounded in the data. I provided an opportunity for everyone who participated to review the full draft and recommendations. And I reached out specifically to some individuals to clarify specific feedback for recommendations. It was a very collaborative relationship with OWEB throughout. Again, that's really a shining star of this study, that most funders don't engage at this level, and it really allows the chance to deepen the learning. We developed together the questions and approach, and the survey opened last October, and by January we had a retreat reflecting on the evolution of these 2 grant programs alongside the preliminary findings. We developed the graphics that you'll see as these conceptual tools with iterative rounds of feedback. We actually had many different versions. Again, thanks to Casey Davis to bring our ideas into graphic form. And we facilitated monthly discussions, diving deep each month into a different section of the findings and recommendations. So OWEB worked throughout on this. Also followed up on specific recommendations where OWEB was already ready to implement changes. And in the report, I think it's really exciting too. So throughout, we'll see OWEB's voice in the report in green bubbles, and you'll see those through the presentation as well. So really that parallel learning, the learning within the partnerships and then within OWEB. And throughout, I try to highlight photos from different partnerships, just again, because the scale of their work is really inspiring. So the findings overall, we did find many examples of partnerships accomplishing a more complex restoration and at larger scales than would be possible if organizations worked independently. And again, just a few more photos. The diversity of different ecological types is impressive. And this is a quote from a PTA grantee. I will read it out. Our partners are invested in our shared goal. The PTA funding from OWEB that enabled us to develop our charter, strategic action plan, financial plan, and communications plan has been important in building resilience. The process, though sometimes a bit painful, helped resolve many lingering disagreements or issues and got everyone on the same page. Now we have those documents to refer to and guide us. We currently have large funding over 5 years, and we have seen that success breeds more investment and success. So we hear a lot about the FIP grantees and the FIP program, but I want to say that the PTA grantees also just really emphasize how valuable this funding is. This is an example of one of the handouts. I don't expect you all to read it, but it is designed so that it's self-explanatory as a guide. So as we look at different partnerships types across the state, we wanted a way to orient ourselves, and we took a continuum of partnership types from the public administration literature, but we've really added to it and evolved it over the years. The continuum changes with respect to how interconnected or interdependent the partners are. And so we, instead of a linear continuum, OWEB really encouraged us to make it a circular continuum so that there's no preferred endpoint. And so I'll start by describing them, starting on the left, or first I should say that teal kind of perimeter line around the partnership represents the level of interdependence. So where the line is thinner, that's less interdependence, more autonomy, and then where it's thicker, that's greater interdependence. So with learning-oriented partnerships, partners come together around a shared question or challenge that they want to grapple with together. Partners independently then apply their learning so that action still happens, but it happens more on an individual basis, or sometimes a few partners might collaborate. But the network or the focus of the collaborative energy is on that learning. One example, just to bring it to life, it's none of the partnerships that were funded or studied here, but a good example is like a network learning about beavers. And so how to introduce beavers, what are the challenges around permitting? So that's an example. People come together to learn about that, but then they'll be applying that in their own projects in their own areas. As we move around the circle to the project-oriented partnership at the top, and I should say the orange circles represent partners, the blue represents the coordinating function, and the green represents funding. So for project-oriented partnerships, partners typically come together and do a focused time of planning and decide what they want to do and then secure funding. So usually their relationships or their roles are very specific to that funding opportunity and that project that they want to carry out. After that project is finished, they may decide they want to continue working together and get other project funding to continue, or they may reconfigure themselves or work independently after that. So it's a slightly greater interdependence, but still a lot of autonomy that partners really are committing to a specific time frame and specific roles. Moving around the planning-oriented partnership, partners are moderately interdependent. They go through iterative cycles of planning and implementation. So the focus of their collaborative work is really making sure they achieve those long-term goals and objectives, their long-term plan. So they definitely will do projects, but they won't end there once projects are done. They'll continue layering on different funding opportunities. And then moving around to the bottom one, systems-oriented partnerships. Partners really come together with the desire for systems change. They often focus on developing shared norms, practices, or standards, and systems of accountability to hold partners to that. There's more of an emphasis on alignment. So there's often partners internally may have to shift how they do business in order to meet the goals or the vision of the larger partnership. The bars on the right, they're a little hard to see, but green and blue, it's not directly a one-to-one relationship, but in general, as interdependence increases, the cost of coordination increases. And that's because you really do have to build relationships, you have to work through differences, work through potential conflicts in order to have that long-term performance and allow people to meet their goals. I will say the words in the middle, which you can't read, say that Partnerships can be a blend of these different types or can move from one partnership type to another. So we want to emphasize this is not a prescription that partnerships need to try to figure out how they fit into one of these, but it's really designed as a tool for dialogue. And partnerships did say that this was very interesting and useful to even reflect on within their partnership. I think one actually incorporated it into their charter from the Partnership Learning Project Part 2, and OWEB has used it in their consultations with FIPS. As I looked at the estimation of partnership types that I spoke with, the ones that provided enough information where I felt like I could estimate where they fell, we do see among the FIP grantees, and their numbers, I'm not sure if you can read them, so I'll read them out. There are 3 at the top associated with project-oriented partnerships, 3 between project and planning-oriented partnerships, 5 around planning, 2 between planning and systems, and 1 associated with systems-oriented partnership. Because the level of investment for systems-oriented partnerships is so much higher, it really is hard for partnerships to reach this level of coordination and alignment. It really requires a long-term investment to build up that infrastructure for those systems of accountability. So it's not often that partnerships have the opportunity for that long-term funding to do that. Sometimes partnerships build up that infrastructure, but if they aren't able to maintain that funding, then they may drop down to a lower level of performance or end up switching to another partnership type. With the FIP grants emphasis on implementation, it's not surprising that there are no learning-oriented partnerships looking at the FIP grantees. Now looking at both the FIP and or the PTA grantees, so all the partnerships in this study, it's a pretty similar spread. I'll just read out the numbers. At the top, it's 4, 4, 9, 3, and 1. We still don't have any learning-oriented partnerships at this point, but a few partnerships, PTA grantees recently transitioned, recently were structured as a learning-oriented partnership, and with greater funding and greater focus, partners decided they wanted to increase their commitment level and so move toward a planning or towards systems-oriented partnership. And reflecting on this, OWEB emphasized that they would like to support whatever partnership type allows a partnership to meet their restoration goals or advance them. They want to make their programs accessible to a diversity of different partnership types, so concluded that they think the PTA grants could be a fit for any of the partnership types, and FIP grants with their emphasis on implementation could be a good fit for any except those learning-oriented partnerships. And I just want to pause if anyone has any questions. I know it's a lot, a big study. Okay, I'll keep going. The next piece that we looked at is partnership resilience. And so I'll just orient you to this graphic that we have the same 4 partnership types and recognizing that partnerships can be a blend of types. And we know that partnerships will experience stressors. So those red arrows at the corners represent those stressors. Loss of a key leader or change in leadership, loss or gain of substantial funding. Sometimes if they're inaccurate assumptions in the theory of change, partnerships have to change the focus of their work. And if they have strong critiques or opposition are examples of some of those stressors. There are more. Oh, I know, also extreme events like fire, flood, they can affect. So a partnership may change from one type to another, but if they're able to maintain the integrity of their focus, those are the words in the center of this, then they're able to basically maintain their partnership. So that represents that resilience, that they may change from type to type, but they still can maintain their focus. And so from the data, I identify these different threads of partnership resilience. And I use the metaphor of threads, thinking about like strands of twine, that even 1 or 2 of these can help build a partnership's resilience. But when partnerships have multiple of these, it greatly increases. They reinforce each other. So I'll just walk through them right now. The first one that came out very strongly was camaraderie, that partners like each other and pitch in to help. And as an example, I just felt that camaraderie last night at the reception, so that people enjoy being together. Success creates more opportunities for success. Formalized commitments, partners document their agreements and plans, so those are formalized. Consistent funding, even if that's just a modest amount for partnership coordination, that's very important for resilience. Organizational anchors, that they are fiscally strong partner organizations that add stability and capacity, and sometimes even provide a mentoring role to other organizations. Shared leadership, where leadership is shared among partners, both structurally and in the culture of how partners work together. And many of the planning-oriented partnerships had a steering committee with representatives from different organizations that were asked to make decisions on behalf of the partnership, not their individual organizations, and that they rotated partners as well. So that's an example of that structurally shared leadership. Openness, that leaders and partners are open to learning and change, and external relationships, that partners have relationships with other individuals and organizations that can bring in resources and new ideas when they're faced with those stressors. So I just want to pause if anybody has any comments or questions or reflections about this one. Yeah.
Dan.
Just a comment, really. It's that camaraderie and just like the people who are in these partnerships seems like if there was one thing that led to success, right?
Yes.
And so I'm not sure how this kind of teases out like those champions of that leadership.
Yeah, it really does matter who's in the partnership and how they connect with each other. And that's the kind of magic ingredient that sometimes is hard to put your finger on. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly.
Hi. So I have a question about the partnerships. Do they have a specific person hired that is a coordinator for the entire partnership? Are you seeing some common threads of the more successful partnerships actually have a dedicated coordinator or somebody that's actually making sure, like pulling all of the people together for the steering committees, planning the meetings, that kind of thing?
Yes, that varies too by partnership type. That's a great question. Typically, the project-oriented partnerships, because they're for a specific opportunity, usually just one partner takes on that role. Sometimes it's rotated. For a planning-oriented partnership, sometimes that's a hired facilitator. Sometimes it's a host organization. Sometimes it's multiple staff people that take on those roles. As we get into the systems-oriented partnership, we have a lot of coordination roles. Sometimes there are even committees formed. And so just the communication to keep everybody informed of what's going on often requires that you have some sort of team. And that could, again, be by a host organization, a mix of a host organization and consultant. There's one partnership that shared a coordinator role, like they would rotate it every so often. And that works for some folks as well. For the learning-oriented partnerships, we didn't have any strong examples right now. I think that could look a lot of different ways as well, but typically maybe one person or a team.
Thank you.
There's so much more detail to go into with all of this. So I'm really just giving you highlights, and I encourage continued communication amongst each other. Okay, I have a quick quote as an example of this camaraderie and also the shared leadership. When we face difficulties, we face them as a team instead of pointing fingers. Our group is made up of individuals who want to get things done and are happy to help others, even if it's outside of their duties when needed, in order to get something done. Again, just profiling our amazing partnerships. Okay, now switching into partnership performance. This is a quote to get us started by a FIP grantee. I don't know how to describe what a tremendous difference the FIP has made for our partnership to be able to fund the work we knew needed to be done and utilize FIP grant funds to leverage other funds, expand impact with other projects, and encourage private landowners to get involved. It was like adding rocket fuel to our plan. Okay, this is another handout, and again, I'm going to walk you through. But the idea when we asked, what does performance look like for different partnerships? Again, I iteratively looked from the data and built the grounded theory and developed these 4 different categories of performance that I'll read out for you. So again, the graphic is oriented to those 4 different partnership types. With that teal line representing less interdependence when it's thinner and greater interdependence when it's thicker. And then for these 4 different categories of performance, it's shaded darker where that category of performance drives performance overall. And if it's not as important to overall performance, it's shaded in a lighter color. And so the first category, clarity and direction, is yellow in the center. It's important for all of them that there's leadership, dedicated partners, and funding. There's a clear purpose and scope. There are clear roles and decision-making rules, and there's effective communication and coordination. So that's important for all of them, although that might look a little bit different depending on what the partnership is focused on, what the type of partnership is. For the next level is action, category of performance. So performance in action looks like a strategic plan with prioritized actions, well-executed actions leading to the outcomes we expect, ability to track progress and make improvements on that project level scale. And that's important for the project-oriented partnerships, planning, and systems-oriented partnerships. Not as important for the learning-oriented partnerships because, as you remember, the partners go and implement their work independently. For the next category out, the blue layer, learning, examples of learning or performance associated with learning is trust to work through hard questions, incorporation of new learning and latest science, and dissemination of that learning. And you can see that learning, the blue ring, is darkest for the learning-oriented partnerships and also the systems-oriented partnerships. So systems-oriented partnerships are looking at systems change. So they need to be actively focused on learning about what the system is now and what is the change they want to have. So learning is a really big part of that. Planning-oriented partnerships is somewhat intermediate, and for project-oriented, it's fairly light. So if it's a context, an ecosystem that's relatively well understood, best practices are fairly well developed, they're fairly good relationships in the area, then maybe the partnership will do best really focusing on action and maybe and coordination, effective action. And so learning may not drive performance overall for those partnerships. And then the next ring out, alignment. Often when we think of partnerships, we kind of assume that they should be aligned. But this really highlights that alignment isn't important for performance for those learning-oriented partnerships, not so much for project-oriented partnerships, a little for planning, but definitely for systems. And performance with that category of alignment are standardized practices and norms, systems for feedback and accountability, making sure that people meet those norms, and then ability to tell the story of learning and impact overall. And so that's, again, more investment when you're aiming to perform well in all of those areas. And yet we see very high performing partnerships that really focus maybe on one or several of those. And so I just want to pause if there are any other questions. Again, highlight another partnership.
Jamie?
So this is fascinating stuff to really kind of dig into the ultimate success of projects, because there's a technology. And so I've got a couple, and these are more general, big picture questions as we're thinking about this. Kelly kind of spoke to this on the question about project coordinators, but like on page 27, there's a quote on helping to resolving lingering disagreements. What's striking me is that we often are talking about different there's technical skill sets and there's also the people skill sets. And so how did the reflection on this, how did it elevate those different sets? Was it the expectation then people would be found that had both, or did we need to draw in some of those folks who may be more traditional conflict resolution type versus just the raw technical skill sets of some of the science beyond the work? So that's one question. And then this may be for the end. So if this is the end, for the end of the presentation, but yeah, you're clearly the focus is on our existing partnerships. And one of the things we've been talking about a lot on the board is how do we expand and reach out to non-traditional partnerships and potential partners. And so, any thoughts on the opportunities to draw these folks who may not be part of our current partnerships, especially more vulnerable or communities that are not typically at the table, how we might bring them into these partnerships in the conversation?
And so that last question is a key part of throughout my career and my work of how do we include folks that aren't typically included. And so let's hold that towards the end, because we have the section on expanding the partners, expanding our circle. So that relates to that. For the one around recognizing those different skill sets, that's huge. I have some close collaborators who also do research on partnerships, and that was one of the things that she really emphasized when we were talking about this. And so those two different skill sets are hugely important. Thinking about this performance and the different partnership types, probably if you have a project-oriented partnership and things are pretty well laid out and pretty straightforward practices, that maybe you don't need as much of the people skills. Maybe you can get by because there won't be as many conflicts potentially. And so you can a partnership can perform very well with more technical skills. You definitely still need people who are good with communication because coordination is a key, but it may not be that higher level that you would need really with any of the other partnership types, because learning, you really want to emphasize helping people draw out those differences and explore the whys behind different practices or questions. And for planning and systems as well, especially as you get into more ambitious restoration challenges, you're going to need those more sophisticated skills, facilitation, decision-making skills. And that's what we heard from those partnerships as well. And that's sometimes why that third-party facilitator is important, because they can bring in that more fair kind of facilitator perspective. Some people say unbiased, but I don't believe you can be unbiased. But to be clear about what your biases might be, as Lindsay demonstrated, of just being open and honest about where you're coming from. Okay, so now we're going to dive deep into the 4 areas. So these are like 4 little mini studies into looking at what are strategies to maintain performance and accountability. So the first one was, to what degree do partnerships have trust or trust each other to ask challenging questions? And this was brought up in partnership project part 1 and 2, that some folks, some of the grantees said, we kind of tiptoe sometimes around issues because we want to keep people at the table, and they're newer relationships, and we don't want to push them too far and have that, those relationships break. So we came back and asked folks, but now we were asking the partnerships that I talked to in the beginning, but now we have all our new partnerships as well. But overall, partnerships did say that they had increased trust. And I'm going to just highlight that these are survey results. I did talk to some partnerships in interviews or group discussions, and their data is not represented in this, but it did generally reflect the same trends. There were a few partners who had some mistrust with their partnerships, but also that's an interesting area for learning. So I'll get to that in a moment. When we looked at sources of trust, a lot of people mentioned pride and accomplishments. There was a huge pride around getting a FIP grant or a PTA grant and all of the great work that they could do because of that. Spending time together was a huge source of trust. One partnership talked about how a few partners shared an office early on, and that really catalyzed deeper trust and investment that eventually led to their partnership blossoming. A lot of people highlighted time in the field, and I know you all emphasize that, and OWEB staff does. A culture of openness, that people are encouraged to ask questions within their partnerships. And that was really mirrored by people referencing that OWEB staff really encouraged them to talk openly about what's working and what's not working, and to be adaptable and flexible to figure things out. And so partnerships talked about how knowing that OWEB approached things that way allowed them to have those more open conversations within their partnership. And I just want to emphasize that that's huge for a funder, that that's not easily done. That takes time and investment and an organizational culture. Challenges with trust. I'm just going to mention this first one because you may not realize it, but sometimes when partnerships have a lot of trust, that they don't have structured check-ins, because I trust you, you're really good at what you do, go for it. And so it's not like the partnership crashes and burns, but maybe they don't learn about things going sideways until a little bit later. So even one partnership reflected, we trust each other so much, but maybe it would be good to have a little more structured check-in. This is particularly true for the project-oriented partnerships because they're fairly autonomous. So they're going to say, we're going to make this plan, you do this, I do this, and then we'll come back together. And so they may just trust each other a lot, and yet still it would be helpful to have those check-in mechanisms. A couple partnerships emphasized that they had individuals with strong opinions, to the extent that that closed down discussion on those topics where they had strong opinions, but even on other topics, that it created this environment where people didn't want to put their neck out and ask questions. And yet in both of those partnerships, that the individuals with strong opinions left, and they both described a period of relationship building and healing and opening up communication, being very intentional about that. In one case, the partnership ended up reconfiguring and maybe they're not all going to work together. In another case, they are continuing to work together and do great work. A big theme was that a fast pace makes it more difficult when there are issues that come up. And so some of that were some of those kernels of partners that expressed mistrust. That maybe there's not time in a meeting to ask a question, or there's not time to reflect because people are moving at such a fast pace that meetings become more of a report out. And so just highlighting the suggestion for any partnerships that are listening that regular check-ins on performance internally are good. And so our periodic reflection on strategic direction. And I have this quote, OWEB had a gathering a few years ago of funded partnerships to come and share at the Minucha Retreat Center. I would like the opportunity to do that again, to talk with other partnerships informally and get ideas. I just assumed OWEB wanted to see a perfect partnership, and I remember sitting with another partnership and hearing them talk about some of their struggles. It was great to be like, oh, good, okay, so you can still be successful and have issues and are working through it. And then just hearing and seeing what other people were doing, it was very reassuring for me. That was good. So I just want to pause if anyone, and again, we have 4 topics, so I'm going to move us through, but if anyone has any reflections they want to share on trust. Questions? So the second deep dive topic was this external technical review for FIP projects facilitated by OWEB. And again, these survey results don't include the responses from interviews or group discussions, but they largely tracked similarly, that most people do agree that OWEB's role in technical review has led to a better outcome. And OWEB really highlighted this as something to ask about because they just wanted to make sure it is a lot of time for all parties involved, and they wanted to make sure that it was adding value. When we look at what the value is, over and over, people emphasize that the reviewers asked good questions that did lead to stronger projects. And they emphasized that they submitted stronger proposals just knowing that there would be good questions. Lots of people also commented that transparency is really important in how public funds are spent, so that additional step of reviewing projects at least once a biennium. Some partnerships do it once a year, some even twice a year, but that is an important step for the public funds. The important design features to ensure that we do have these values are that local reviewers are involved who understand the context, and that there's opportunity for discussion and back and forth between the project applicants and reviewers. And that's different. People contrasted it with the open solicitation process, where it's really more of a one way, where project applicants submit and then reviewers comment based on that. So they really valued the opportunity for discussion. And yet many people did emphasize there's some areas for improvement, more streamlined applications for easier review. Some people said they didn't think reviewers read all the materials because they were long and could be repetitive. People commented that it would be nice to have an option for earlier review or a 2-staged review, recognizing that that could take more time, but that when reviewers look at things in the 60% design phase, there really isn't much opportunity to influence that design. So that moving it up could provide more value, both so reviewers felt like that what they were contributing really helped, but also to have those stronger projects. And then folks commented that it would be helpful to have clear guidance and expectations for applicants and reviewers, especially when some review conversations could become emotional or people have strong opinions, kind of guidance for how to work through those. And this is an area where OWEB is already making changes. They're streamlining the application, they're updating guidance, and creating an opportunity now to have an early site visit with reviewers. So that's exciting. They've also clarified through this study and kind of reflecting on how partnerships are operating, that they do expect that FIP grantees, that the partners work together to submit or forward the best project applications. So again, thinking about those project-oriented partnerships, they tend to be still fairly autonomous. So maybe each project partner submits their applications. And so OWEB is asking, we want you to review them together or work together in some ways. Some partnerships have their own fairly sophisticated internal review processes, but that's not required. But OWEB is saying at least you all like work together to make sure you're bringing forward the best projects. And so I'll pause if anybody has any questions on that. Comments?
I have a quick question. So you have 4 points you're going through, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So we just went through 2,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm looking at time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious if, I don't know what this does to the schedule, if we all just grabbed lunch and came back here and ate lunch while we finished the presentation, is that an option or not? Because lunch is all out back there. I'm just curious, if just. So there's 2 more presenters after her? Or no, is she the presenter? I'm trying, because there's 3 other names listed with this agenda
Just
item.
to help answer questions.
Oh, okay. We were thinking that there were so
No.
many names listed that there were other presentations. I think we're good to go. Okay, thank you. Just needed some clarity on the agenda. So
So we're okay, or do you want to grab lunch?
move forward. We thought there were 2 other presenters past you.
No,
Okay,
no, no, no.
thank you.
Yes. Okay. Technical review. And I just want to emphasize that OWEB staff has put a lot of thoughtfulness into how to respond to these comments. Okay, the third one, expanding the circle. This refers to an intentional effort of including new people, organizations, and/or tribes in some aspects of a partnership's work. That could be as partners or just folks touched by the work. Often, but not always, these efforts relate to a partnership's commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, and/or environmental justice. But we took a lot of care in this study to allow people to interpret expanding the circle how they wanted to, knowing that sometimes those terms become politicized. And OWEB was interested in this topic. You all have been articulating your own values around diversity, equity, inclusion, and environmental justice. And so OWEB staff saw this as a great opportunity to understand what partnerships around the state are doing, their approaches and experiences. And when partnerships talked about expanding the circle, they often referred to tribes, landowners, farmers, low-income residents, Spanish-speaking workers and/or residents. We heard about that earlier in one of the open solicitation proposals. Also researchers and sometimes also youth. And so this kind of highlights, again, this is very brief. This in itself could be its own little study, but this kind of gives an overview. So throughout the state, we had partnerships approaching this from different ways. A lot of partnerships describe themselves in the learning stages of how to expand their circle, why, and who. And this is just one quote to give you an example. Our basin as a whole inherently lacks diversity, and the partnership has recognized this and is looking into ways to expand our circle of partners. Many partners have recently taken DEI training, and this is something we could also use help with. Other partnerships described having just the right partners now and caution that bringing in new people could disrupt progress. That, you know, partnerships and this this restoration working at larger scales and more ambitious projects are these delicate calculations of how to keep things moving. Some partnerships, other partnerships, I'm going to say, describe themselves in this transformative and very creative phase with new relationships and growing trust, which has created new possibilities for projects, funding, and how restoration is done. So some of these partnerships are able to be models for what it looks like for other folks. In some of these cases, tribes played a leadership role. One partnership mentioned how just having staff or partners represented throughout their partnership who come from, who are tribal members or tribal citizens themselves, help kind of infuse some of those perspectives or that openness to learn and think about things differently. So sometimes that's in the form of a formal tribal representative, but other times it could be, you know, throughout a partnership, and that's the same for other types of partners you may want to engage. In the report, 2 examples came up of how OWEB's program rules could impact partnerships' efforts to expand the circle. So there's a little more detail on these 2 I just wanted to mention. One was related to concerns from tribes and tribal partners about restrictions with land transactions. And I think actually the opening comment this morning related to this in part. And also a piece around planning frameworks, that OWEB allows a lot of flexibility for partners to develop their own strategic action plan, although they do provide guidance. And a lot of that guidance is modeled after the open standards for conservation planning. And that framework in particular uses a threats-based framework. And this partnership in particular said, if we start labeling threats, then we tend to categorize different groups of people in our watershed as threats, which can really interfere with our ability to create trust and partnerships. But OWEB does not require that you use that language. So they just said that they had some kind of struggle with that and created a new approach. So those are just two examples, and I think maybe partly responding to Jamie's question of how can you think about being more open to other types of partnerships that we're not seeing already, is sometimes just having that reflection of, what are the program rules that could lead to some friction. And I know OWEB has been very receptive in any of those suggestions or feedback. And so recommendations, yes, continue to reflect on your values and how they are put into practice, both with respect to the accessibility of grant programs. I know you all have done a lot of work around this. You even had a study conducted looking at equitable grant making for tribes. And I believe there's another study in the works. But also looking at those grant program rules, like that particular example around land transactions that we highlighted. And OWEB is actively reaching out already and listening to tribes to better understand their concerns associated with those land transactions and how they might address those concerns. So also important that OWEB, as a culture, organizational culture, you do offer a lot of flexibility. And so that flexibility is key to partnerships being able to expand their circle and think creatively about what works for their context. Also recommended to continue as possible to provide opportunities for peer learning and training, because there are partnerships that are doing amazing things, and there are other partnerships that are eager and willing to learn, wanting to learn. So again, this could be a whole topic in itself, but if anybody has any reflections or comments.
Thank you. Do you feel like in your study you were able to get feedback from folks that are not part of the partnership? So community perceptions. I know in my rural experience, it's just my own, but big is not good. So that would create for the FIP model a barrier for participation. Do you feel like you received that from partners? Or
so we did not specifically talk to anybody outside the partnerships. In the partnership learning project part 1, where we talked to the partnerships that were just forming, I did intentionally talk to people who are peripheral to the partnerships, who were deciding whether they should participate or not and thinking about it. So I have some idea of what that could be, but I didn't specifically interview or reach out to other folks. So that could be another way to explore. Some partners, I will say, and I have one person in mind right now, did actively talk about people in their community that opposed the partnership, and in one case led to the reconfiguration of the partnership on their terms. And this was a grassroots organization that decided they wanted to coordinate and lead. That's still kind of in evolution as to if that grassroots organization has the capacity to do that. But that's an example, I think, of what you're talking about, of it's a very personal topic of how to define the scope and scale of what you want to do as a partnership. So those early stages of figuring out what that looks like is very, it can be very raw and very messy, and it can go in lots of different directions depending on which kind of voices or perspectives end up, taking those steps forward. So, yeah.
Jamie?
Love that term, in evolution. It describes so much. I really found the comment about not identifying threats as groups is really profound. The question I have, you mentioned the partnerships with tribes, and some of those being more formal, some being more informal. As a state agency, we have a government-to-government relationship, recognizing the sovereignty of tribes and sovereign governments. But within these partnerships, I recognize that there might be a different approach. So could you comment, do you have, can you comment a bit deeper on that piece, whether they tended to generally be more informal, if that was on the organization side of it, or whether it was, once we're involved, to make sure we recognize that government to government relationship?
And that's been a thread that's pulled throughout my career too, is tribal engagement and partnering with tribes myself personally, and in the work that I do. In the first part of the partnership learning project, that came out as an issue, that some partnerships really didn't understand the tribal sovereignty and government to government relationships. And so they were kind of stepping in it in different ways as they were wanting tribes to participate. I think at this stage, the way the questions were asked or the way folks shared, we really highlighted those examples where things are going well. I think a lot of partnerships said that they were wanting more tribal representation, but they weren't sure how to go about it. So I have a feeling there's some learning curve in there. And I think in general in my work that sometimes tribes do not want to participate in a partnership because of that reason, because they might have to explain themselves and may not have that standing or recognition as that sovereign government. And so I think that's something that tribes wrestle with as they think about whether to participate in a partnership or not, whatever it is. And also limited capacity often among tribes, just depending on the funding or the situation. But again, I think we have some really great examples to look at and work from. So, and I know OWEB staff too, Ken Fetcho isn't here, but he's really promoted more dialogue and learning. We did have a grantee gathering planned before COVID hit, and Ken and I were kind of organizing a speakers panel during lunch with tribal representatives to talk about some of that, so.
Gary Marsh for the record.
Gary, please.
Can I compliments on this? I bet you know a whole lot more about partnerships now than you did before. This is really good work, and it's really a lot here. You know, it'd be nice to reduce this down to its simplest form and what makes partnerships really work. But I know that's a big ask, but to me, it you know, there's some fundamental things here that seem, and right at the top of that list is the trust and relationship that goes on within those partnerships. So just a comment. Thank you for all the work.
Thank you.
Bruce?
I'll echo the thank you. And it's become very apparent to me that effectiveness and efficiencies at the partnership level are increased with hard work. I am curious about how that then translates back to OWEB's mission. We're spending a lot of time, a lot of effort in fostering partnerships, and with the assumption that because they are better and more efficient, that we're doing a better job ourselves, that we're getting essentially more bang for the buck. And I would love to, if possible, I would love to see that quantified, because this is a big investment in time and energy of our people, and it feels like it's right, and it's working, and we need to keep working on it. But the metrics coming back to, and this is what it means to OWEB, I think would be very important. And the other comment I had was, I noted as you surveyed the DEI, the expanding the circle, because we're so heavily invested right now in DEI, EJ, that race and income were not listed. Tribal issues in the rural Oregon, Spanish-speaking communities are across the spectrum of our landscape. Some of the racial groups tend to be in only a few of the watersheds, certainly not as many. But there's income inequality in virtually every watershed, and how that's going to be, how we're going to address that. Traditionally non-landowners and So a lot of that, I would love to see more and more use of the work you're doing to help inform the work that we're trying to do to have a resolution and policies that don't just sound good, but are truly effective.
Thank you, Bruce. And just real quick, so that's a good transition to the next topic, tracking progress and impact. And I see there's a hand raised to open.
Yes, Kelly, please.
Thanks. I was about to put my hand down so you could just keep going, but thanks for recognizing me. I just wanted to say I really loved your idea about the tribal panel and hope that maybe that's something that we could do in the future to get some additional information. I think taking off my OWEB hat and putting on my tribal staff hat as someone who's been a part of a FIP from a tribal staff perspective, it can be tricky sometimes because when you are a part of a FIP or you're a part of a partnership, you still, even if you're a tribe, you have your one vote, right? You're a partner in the partnership. So you have to recognize that, and you also have to recognize that you will be helping to educate people within that partnership about working with tribes and how to work with tribes. So I think it's kind of a delicate balance sometimes for tribal folks to be a part of partnerships, to go in with a mindset of knowing that folks may not fully understand that government to government relationship, but this is a great opportunity and a teachable moment for folks about that. And also being able to create a space for those partners to not be afraid to ask you questions, and make it a welcoming space for folks to say, you know, it's okay, you can ask me these questions, and I'm happy to provide information because we're all learning together. So just wanted to kind of share that perspective really quickly. But this is great, and I'm really excited about everything that we're learning from it. So thank you very much for your work.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly. That was so helpful. And yes, I think plans are in the works that we will have some kind of FIP gathering, and Ken and I are already interested in thinking about that tribal panel. And I did want to emphasize that some partnerships did mention low income, so that economic piece, and some folks did specifically talk about race, although in different ways. And two partnerships in particular were really reorienting their strategic action plan and prioritization to include environmental justice and work with low-income residents, recognizing that if they don't integrate that, often the funding goes to those wealthier landowners that have riparian properties. So some were actively tackling that, and both of those partnerships that I'm thinking of right now, they were actively working with local agencies like the health department or other folks that were naturally integrating human health and economics into their understanding of environmental quality. Restoration. Okay, our last one, last but not least, tracking progress and telling the story of change. A couple good quotes, and just to say the quotes are not associated with the Grand Ronde. That is just such a cool picture of getting a sense for the scale of the work. I don't know if you can make it out, but it takes decades to do this work to the extent that we want to do it. And then another quote, we are all monitoring on our own. All of us are putting in some of the ingredients, but the cake never actually gets baked. We are always just bringing our individual part, but telling you the whole story, that's what's hard. We are waiting for the moment when you actually have the final product that everyone can look at and say, okay, this is everything that we have done, and this is what's been achieved, and we finally get to eat the cake. I feel like that's what Bruce was asking for. People are working really hard on it, and I know the OWEB team is also working hard with the FIPS to report back specifically on their work. But even beyond just a FIP grant, just telling the arc of the work that's been going on. I know that was one of the questions earlier with all of those fish passage projects over 15 years, or maybe it was more. So what does it all mean? And that's what we're hearing from partnerships. Some partnerships or partners have very limited capacity, so maybe only 2 or 3 staff, none with monitoring expertise. Some of those folks recommended, can't we just have like a monitoring SWAT team in the state and they can go around and monitor for us and try to make sense of it? Other partnerships that have pretty sophisticated monitoring staff, even some who are mentioned here today earlier, say, you know, we're doing our best, but we need more monitoring infrastructure to support. No one organization or partnership can tackle these questions, can bake this cake. So when we, again, these are just the responses from the survey, but overall the responses tracked, that people did express success with monitoring, tracking progress, and telling the story of change. And yet there were such a long list of challenges, probably 15 different challenges that people specifically talked about, often encountering multiple. And so just highlighting or elevating that this was coming out of your most high-performing partnerships in this batch that we talked to, saying that we need institutional monitoring support, specifically in these areas rose to the top: systems to manage and share data, expertise for analysis, especially addressing multi-scale data, and support to interpret the results and tell the story of progress, also to inform adaptive management. Partnerships suggested different ways to support this. Let's advocate for an institute within the university system supported by federal funds. There's a good example of that with the Southwest Ecological Restoration Institutes. I believe that's in Colorado, Arizona, and maybe New Mexico also. Greater leadership by state and federal agencies, so taking a greater role in actually providing some of this or building up this infrastructure. Possibly contracts with private consultants, and peer learning through conferences and workshops, because there are folks within this network that have expertise and other folks that are looking to learn. And OWEB, in digesting this, said that this maybe could help reinvigorate the vision from the Oregon plan, where the responsibility for landscape level monitoring is shared among state and federal agencies. And just emphasizing that this approach emphasizes the 2018 OWEB strategic plan to identify those monitoring priorities and work with agencies and private foundations to find funding. And so just as the facilitator in me, if any partnerships are listening, I think you all should convene together to explore what it looks like to have a unified strategy to advocate for this increased funding for monitoring infrastructure. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe certain partnerships have different needs, but it does seem like there's a shared need across. And then a lot of the partnerships said for newer FIP grantees or ones that are just coming on, don't forget to reserve funding in the second and third biennia for monitoring and grant writing, because the more projects you do, the more need there is for that monitoring and grant writing for what comes next. Okay, thank you for your patience. I said it was a large study, so I do want to end with some points of synthesis. Partnerships are built on this delicate calculation of the efforts needed to advance their goals, that all the individual efforts and what people are willing and able to contribute add up to what we need to advance the work. Project-oriented partnerships tend to rely more on compromise, where you quickly resolve differences or split the difference, rather than collaboration, which takes more work to really understand those underlying whys behind different options. Splitting the budget evenly as an example of compromise may be a strategic decision for some partnerships to try to keep all partners at the table and share the workload. Maybe this could work well if there are a lot of high priority projects. Maybe it just is important to get it all done. However, this approach doesn't necessarily focus on those highest priority restoration activities, especially if there are a few really high priorities that require a lot of concentrated effort to do well. And so in reflecting on this, OWEB emphasizes that the FIP program is a unique opportunity for partnerships to work together strategically to have the greatest potential benefit relative to their restoration goals. They do not want partnerships to just apply so that they have access to a larger pot of money, as tempting as it may be. And OWEB believes that partnerships who split the budget evenly would be a better fit for the open solicitation program. So they're really looking at these FIP dollars as being an opportunity to lift up those partnerships that are really working at this higher level that couldn't do their work in the open solicitation program or couldn't do it in the same way. Okay, so then looking at OWEB's role, I just want to emphasize the FIP and the PTA grant programs are well positioned to support high performance and resilience. The FIP grants are very exciting, large grants, but the PTA grants also provide a huge amount of value. OWEB's culture of learning, flexibility, and adaptation mitigates for those challenges of an accelerated pace that sometimes impact an ability for a partnership to open up those strategic questions or be open. So kudos to you all. When thinking about partnership performance and resilience, the biggest piece that stands out from this study is that streamlining the FIP program would provide the biggest opportunity for OWEB to make a difference since they're already doing so much. However, there's not currently capacity to update some infrastructure that people emphasized over and again, like the grants database or the online application portal, which are clunky. So they take a lot of people's time instead of dedicating time to run the partnership and do the projects. Other pieces around, that monitoring piece, that's also key to resilience and performance. When partnerships have the results to show that they're making progress, it's easier for them to find funding and justify continued work. And those grantee gatherings are a super valuable for that peer learning, training, and networking. So just 2 more slides. So we do have evidence for OWEB's theory of change. You all are actively engaged in dialogue and continuously adapting these 2 grant programs. We have heard more is possible. For example, staff are interested in opportunities for peer mentoring and even doing more streamlining. They're doing so much with the staff that they have. I've seen it behind the scenes, but it is this complexity of the grant funding being, having a lot of grant funding and a lot of creativity, and then having the infrastructure and staff dependent on the legislative budget process. So there are ways that if there were more staff, they could be more creative with how that grant money is spent to have the most value. So that's just a crux of the structural, the structure of these programs. And then just this study really aimed to develop practical tools. So we hope those tools, the 3 handouts, the partnership types, partnership resilience, and partnership performance, help promote dialogue among partners and funders. And I feel like that's already happening. I did tell the partnerships when I shared this out with them, all the people that participated, like, I'm really excited about this. So if you all have opportunities for me to talk to your groups or share, I'm more than happy to do that as well. I told OWEB too. So just one quote in closing, and maybe this addresses something that Bruce said earlier as well. Our initial hope was that the partnership would result in a much more cost-effective program implementation for our needs. As information evolved on the required costs of implementation, it is difficult to say if cost effectiveness was an end result, but we know we are getting a much better product for the community and the environment. And we have program strength in having so many partners committed to the same goals and project successes than if we had gone it alone. For that, it is well worth it, and we will be at the table for a very long time. So in effect, you can't quite compare it because it's doing this very unique thing. Not necessarily more efficient, but really connected to the people and the environment here. So I just want to give a great big thank you for your time and for spending extra time delaying your lunch.
Thank you. Big, all caps. Thank you. Any comments, questions? Dan?
Well, 2 things. One is, it sounds like this is effectively an affirmation that these programs are running well, that OWEB staff are adaptable. I mean, when you were going through the 4 things, I was listening for actionable information, and you on several occasions indicated that OWEB is already acting in the right direction. So consistent with what Katie said earlier about an applause for big achievements, I would suggest that we give an applause for it.
Jamie?
Not questions for you. Excellent presentation, a lot of learning, just some general reflections, not for this meeting, but for future as we go into looking at our strategic planning, incorporating this learning into our strategic planning, and we'll be able to reflect on that in our next board meeting. That this focused on two aspects of OWEB grants that are specific to partnerships, but we have other grants as well that have reference to other partners, encouraging some of that involvement. And so we can potentially incorporate some of this learning as appropriate into some of those other grants as well. I'm really struck about the comment about it requiring long-term investments and the other values to the community. I've seen that around the state when other things bubble up, that if those relationships are in place based on the programs, they create that overall value. And so I think it informs us as OWEB to see when there's times when we can invest, and there's also times we can help leverage other resources to help do some of this work for the net impact. And then also a big comment that came after Bruce's is that reflection that some of this work, sometimes we just rely, the community's got to come to the table and bring certain resources, but that more wealthy communities can do some of this on their own. And sometimes less wealthy communities can't. And so in our reflection on grants and grant making and how we incorporate this learning to our work, if we can incorporate that aspect into our thinking as well, just as OWEB, because it's maybe more intangible, more difficult to do, but it's also important to make sure that we're, it is a fairness issue, but it requires a slightly different perspective and approach. But this is all very, very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would like, if there's no more comments, questions, great. Thank you very much. We have lunch in the back, and I would like to ask that we take a half hour for lunch instead of an hour, if that's all right, to scooch along. So let's grab lunch, stretch your legs, your hearts, pull your hair, and be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, you do? Oh, okay. Well, that's even easier. So, is this your email? Yes, I've been to it before. Okay, great. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done it. Oh, it's been a while since I've gone. So, yeah, okay. Well, I might see you there. Okay. Okay. I thought so. But you're, I mean, you'll be here, but yeah, right. Yeah, I just want
It's pretty chilly. Me neither. It seems confusing to me as to who's actually going to be writing it all, you or OWEB, in the report.
So
I got a little confused.
I have to ask.
Okay, well,
So my understanding
will
is
probably come out in
what
the
needs to happen
presentation.
today is the board needs to accept the money and delegate to the director the ability to make those yes. I think the money, if that's the case, is coming to us because we asked for other funds limitation to be able to spend it in the budget process. So it will come in and go through us, but there has been collaborative work with DEQ, I think, because it's around water quality. I think we already have it.
on me either.
Does it hang around all winter?
Well, certain parts of the county.
did work with us. Like, we raised 75,000 native plants for him for his projects up at our nursery at Millie Woods. So 70,000+ containers, you know, the cones. So he asked us if we would be willing to do it. So we started that about 5 years ago. We've done 120,000 starts for him in one season. Yeah, it's kind of been slowly going down. Obviously the projects are not as fast or big. And then we're doing a ton of burning, field burning under his lens. On the Gar Farm, which is a wetland restoration. And it's really cool. So he's just a great partner for us. We're thanking you for Corvallis, right? I think that's it. Lindsay's gonna come and watch the presentation tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, is when, about 8 o'clock is when he gets to work. Oh yeah, oh yeah, and we're making him say a word or two. Because he doesn't, he's very quiet and very in the background. He does not make him go on stage, make him talk. Yeah, if you go to our website, it's a really great tribute to him on the MLSWCD. Yeah, it's a really good tribute. So it just talks about the partnership and so many touch points. Her vocabulary is just huge. That's awesome. She has a farm called Sakari Farms near Bend, and she's building a new model for indigenous food. I haven't read the article yet, but I'm tagging. I'm totally flagging.
They call it the pharmacy.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Business and-
So the medicinal program
goes, I've already paid to do it.
Oh, thank you.
Your napkin, but I will.
She left. Everybody a 2-minute warning. Because it's 2 minutes before we're gonna start.
Is there ice cream? I have broken record. Chocolate, Dr. Pepper.
Oh, Barbara, I'm not telling you what to do. You're next, so I don't mean to tell you what to do.
Either of those endowments actually, I can tell.
Everybody, I'm giving you 2-minute warning. I think last night I said this was last meeting was because that's what I thought was happening. So that was me.
Yeah, well, it's fine. It's no big deal. Oh, everybody's clear though. Yeah, well, you used to always help me in person all the time.
All right, I want to welcome you all back from lunch. And we are moving down our agenda to Agenda K. And Greg, Heidi, and Renee, please. Is my voice not loud enough? Last time I had one of these. Oh my God. I forgot my name.
No. All right, good afternoon, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, I am Renee Davis, the Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager at OWEB. I'm joined today by Greg Cianella, who you already heard from earlier today, Region 4 Program Representative, and Heidi Hartman, who is our Drought Program Specialist. We'll be walking you through Agenda Item K, which starts on page 528 of the PDF of your e-board book. So Heidi will walk us through the staff report, but the intent today is to request the board's approval to receive nearly $6.5 million in funding from PacifiCorp to help support grant making in support of water quality improvements in the Oregon portion of the Klamath Basin. So the timing of this agenda item is fantastic after the on-site inspection that we had the benefit of doing yesterday. During that, at different times, I think that you heard mention of we're really at the starting point. We've made a lot of progress. We are on the cusp of dam removal, and there is still a lot of work that remains to be done in terms of restoration needs throughout the Klamath Basin. So the PacifiCorp funding that we're requesting that the board approve receipt of really is part of that solution to get at some of those issues, and specifically in this case, water quality issues. So we have three of us up here because we have taken a very collaborative approach to beginning to scope and build this program. So we now will be sitting across three different sections of the agency, which I'll get to shortly. And so really leveraging what we have in place already with things like the open solicitation processes that Greg is able to speak to and represent as we're working with a steering committee and DEQ to develop the program. Heidi's experience, long experience with implementation of projects in the field combined with drought resilience work, and then my oversight and long history in Klamath. We're really trying to bring as many forces as possible to bear on this as we're building the program. So again, Heidi's going to walk through the staff report. Afterwards, any questions, Greg, Heidi, and I are happy to answer. I do want to put on record a big congratulations to Heidi, though. Beginning November 1st, she's going to be transitioning over to our federal program specialist position that will manage all of the NRCS and BLM grants. So that's very exciting. I'm sad to lose Heidi from our section. She has been just absolutely stellar in helping to stand up the whole host of drought relief funding that we were charged with administering. It's just been a joy to work with you. So, and I know you'll be amazing in the other position. So with that, we'll turn it over to Heidi to walk us through the staff report.
Thanks, Renee. For the record, Heidi Hartman, OWEB Drought Program Specialist. I'm just going to give you a brief history of how we got to where we are today, and then kind of what our next steps are. So in your staff report, this will just kind of be a reiteration of what's already in there. The amended Klamath Hydroelectric Settlement Agreement, referred to KHSA, includes interim measure 11, which is IM 11. The intent of IM 11 is to address water quality issues in the Klamath Basin caused by the PacifiCorp dams. The amended KHSA, that's a mouthful, required PacifiCorp to provide funding to support long-term water quality improvement projects in the Klamath River once the Klamath River Renewal Corp, KRRC, accepted the FERC's license surrender for the 4 PacifiCorp hydroelectric dams. Now that the FERC licensees have been surrendered and it has been accepted by KRRC, PacifiCorp has provided $6,433,500 in grant funding to OWEB to administer through the amended KHSA IM 11 Water Quality Improvement Grant Program. Several years ago, PacifiCorp, in consultation with the Interim Measures the Interim Measures Implementation Committee, referred to as the IMIC, developed a list of priority projects to help reduce nutrient inputs in the Klamath Basin and ultimately, once again, provide that long-term water quality benefit to the Klamath River. The priority projects included 4 different project types and may actually expand through additional work that we're doing. But right now we're looking at natural wetlands restoration, riparian fencing and grazing management, diffuse source treatment wetlands, and irrigation efficiency and water management projects. PacifiCorp and the IMIC selected OWEB as the fiscal agent back in 2019, and we're working in partnership with the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality to implement the grant program. DEQ is responsible for assisting the recently established IM 11 steering committee in carrying out the directive for oversight of the grant program as outlined in the expectations in the settlement agreement. DEQ is responsible for convening and facilitating the steering committee, and the members of the steering committee all have technical expertise in water quality in the Klamath Basin and are tasked with overseeing the implementation of the IM 11 grant program that we'll be administering. So that was kind of a brief history and kind of leading to where we are currently. The steering committee has met twice to provide input about the grant program structure and timeline, and they're going to meet again in December. OWEB has developed a draft grant application and guidance document based on the content in the settlement agreement with the work that PacifiCorp and the IMIC did. The application and guidance document are currently under internal review and will be presented at the December steering committee for feedback and review from them. We will provide written updates periodically to the board on the status of the grant program. And with that, if you have any questions, hopefully one of us can answer them.
Jamie? Accepting money is a heck of a lot easier than giving it away. The only question I have is, given the attention and the thought we put into making sure we have sufficient funding for admin staff, so not adding more stuff, creating more burden without appropriate compensation for it. Does this, as structured, include sufficient money for both admin and staff costs?
For the record, Renee Davis, yes, it does. That was built into essentially the proposal that was provided long ago to the IMIC. There was an indirect cost rate that I aligned with whatever our federally negotiated indirect was at the time because it changes annually. So that was built into the total amount of funding to come through to the agency. So on top of the nearly 6.5 million in grant funds, there are indirect cost funds to help to cover costs for our administration of the program.
Any other questions? Kelly, thank you.
Is OWEB a part of the committee that DEQ convenes?
For the record, Renee Davis, we are not part of the committee. The committee has been established. The IM11 steering committee has been established to help provide oversight for the detailed program stand-up and then ultimately OWEB's administration of the grant program as fiscal agents. So I would say we are very engaged observers, Kelly, in that. So DEQ is the convener, the facilitator. We provide information. You know, Greg has done a fantastic job of describing this is how we have handled our open solicitation process, you know, talking through some pros and cons of different things. So we are very engaged, but we're not officially a member, given that we'll be advancing grant applications for them to consider. We would not then, it would not be appropriate for us to be in a voting role.
Okay, so I have a couple more questions. So OWEB is going to be facilitating we're the fiscal agent and we are going to be putting out an offering, and then whatever proposals get in, OWEB is then taking those and giving that to the committee, and the committee is going to review those and select the projects, not OWEB.
That's correct.
Okay, so I am tracking this correctly. Thank you. That was it. All my questions. Thank you.
And Kelly, thanks for that. I should have prefaced this by saying this feels a little bit different given that the structure of the both input on the review process and the evaluation is quite different and is very clearly articulated in the amended KHSA. So we are inheriting a program. We do something similar at times, like with the BLM funding as an example. So this isn't completely out of bounds, but this is different certainly than open solicitation.
Okay, I have one more follow-up question to that, and that is when we get down the road to the RFP has gone out, projects have come in, the committee has selected those projects. Once those projects are selected by the committee, will it come back to the OWEB board to vote to allocate that money, or will those projects just automatically be funded and the board will not have to vote on them?
These will not come back to the board because the staff recommendation and board motion that's proposed is to delegate authority to the executive director. So these would be delegated awards, not unlike a set of other things that are included in the spending plan. So while you may not see them for a vote, we'll provide updates, and our executive director, whom I'm looking at, but knowing I'll be looking at a different face, will have all of the necessary scrutiny, oversight, as we do with all other delegated awards.
Okay, thank you.
Bruce.
On our grants, traditional grants, the board assumes a fiduciary responsibility, and we're protected somewhat as state agencies and that, but still, this seems like it's happening. We're a pass-through without any fiduciary responsibility. Does that mean we have no exposure on the decision that's being made?
For the record, Renee Davis, I would say that because we are using truly so many of our existing processes, procedures, including working through grant agreement template development with Department of Justice, you would have the same protections. You would not have any additional exposure, but ultimately we as an agency are providing those grant funds. So being mindful of, this is not PacifiCorp's issue anymore. It's not DEQ's issue. This is OWEB's to consider, and we will use those standard procedures to provide risk management.
Well, I can see why you'd be on the line, but are Gary and I on the line?
I'll leave it at that.
Mark, you have a question?
It's mostly just a curiosity question. We're receiving 6.5 million for Oregon projects. How much is PacifiCorp given to California? Is it similar or more, or? You know?
It is not, for the record, Renee Davis. That was and Greg, chime in here. So when the IMIC was looking for a fiscal agent, there were, I don't know, 3-4 entities. Yeah, go ahead. Feel free.
Yeah, there are 3.
Okay. That had hats in the ring for this. We were asked to provide a proposal, and given that we were the preferred candidate, we did have to consult with Department of Justice about the potential for California projects. We cannot grant in California, and so all of the IM11 funding is being utilized in the Oregon portion of the Klamath Basin.
Huh. So California is not doing any?
So a few things. One, given the water quality focus of this, a lot of challenges exist in the Oregon portion of the Klamath Basin, and there are 20 maybe total interim measures under the amended KHSA. So there absolutely are other investments that are being made in California, including a California-specific coho enhancement fund, just as an example. So it's not as though Oregon's getting everything. We just happen to be where the IM11 money is landing.
Jamie.
Thank you for the Chair for the follow-up opportunity. It was tied into something else that was said. So one of the things that staff does really well with this board is there's some clear criteria when recommendations go through, and this board, not every single member I'll say, but everyone else except me has been very disciplined at saying, okay, we're going to stick within those parameters in terms of going back, because the point's been made by staff. It creates some complexity to go back and make changes. So we've been able to, as this group, do that. Going back to this point of someone else making the decision and then going to staff to implement, is there, I'm thinking about potential complexities that have come up that staff has actually raised to us in terms of changes to projects or how projects have been laid out. So is there going to be a criteria that carries through and a policy and process? You mentioned the work through DOJ that would go on to DEQ and those who make these decisions to make sure there were guide rails so that it doesn't become more than we anticipate at this point.
Greg, can you talk a little bit about using the open solicitation as a model, including the evaluation criteria?
Yeah, you bet. For the record, Greg Sinella. And so, yeah, I kind of see the steering committee that has been designated through the IMIC functioning a lot like a regional review team. They're technical experts in the water quality field. They represent state, federal, and tribal entities. And there's been a set of evaluation criteria that was developed as part of the IMIC that's very specific to this offering. And so much like we have our evaluation criteria set up for the open solicitation grant program. So there is a lot of similarities. So I think, using the expertise and the background that we have running the open solicitation format, I kind of see that similar model being used with the IMIC.
All right, any other questions? Do you know if there's any EQC members on the OWEB or on the EQ committee? Do you know who the members are?
Not EQC, but DEQ does have membership on the committee in addition to facilitating and convening and facilitating the steering committee, but not an EQ,
they're not
the commissioner.
Okay.
As Greg mentioned, these are really water quality, habitat restoration implementation experts, more subject matter experts.
Okay, Thank you. So I would entertain a motion, please.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make the motion. Gary Marshall, for the record, I move the board approve receipt of $6,433,500 in grant funding from PacifiCorp for water quality improvement projects in the Oregon portion of the Klamath Basin, and delegate authority to the executive director to distribute funds through the appropriate agreements with an effective date of October 25th, 2023.
It's been moved by Gary, seconded by Bruce. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are at item L, which is our co-chair election. Did everyone receive the work of the DEI committee on how we may consider a policy for voting for co-chair? Anybody not get that? Bruce,
I got it, but I have a question.
please.
Having been involved in authoring the first draft of this, I have a question. Third paragraph, at least one of the co-chairs must be a public at-large board member. Second sentence, no more than one co-chair may be a representative from the other state boards and commissions with seats on the OWEB board. Since by statute it is voting members only, and since we have specified that it's a binary, you're either at large or you're an agency person, and if you're voting, does that second sentence even need to be in there? I think I'm not great at maths, but I think it's irrelevant.
Wait, what? I think it does. Some members are. Yeah, so I think the reason that was there, if I'm tracking at this point, is because someone could be representing an agency or a board, and if they're no longer, and a board chair, and if they're no longer representing that board, which is out of control of us, they could then no longer be on this board. Okay? And so we would lose our chair, or they would be replaced.
But my point is, there at least one co-chair will be an at-large member, possibly two. There's no reason not to have it. This particular line says no more than one can be a agency voting member. And I'm saying by the first sentence has already ensured that no more than one could ever be, because that other one is inevitably going to be an at-large member. I think it's just a math issue of there's only ever going to be one non-public seat open at any election, and it can either be if the sitting co-chair is an at-large member, the incoming, the one that is voted in, will either be an at-large member or an agency. But if the sitting is an agency person, the incoming has to be a at-large member.
Can you be an at-large and an agency person?
No,
No.
you cannot.
Yeah.
I think it's.
When you said it was a math problem, I understood why I didn't understand. But I trust you in this situation.
I asked Meg.
Okay. Okay. Jamie, please.
If I may speak to this, and I had a similar confusion at first when I read it, but I think what it's saying is that so if you look on the voting, we have three kind of buckets of people on the board. We have public at-large voting members, we have natural resource board and commission representatives, voting members, and we have advisory non-voting members. And what I think this is saying is that one of the co-chairs has to be from the public at large. And so to your point, as we go forward and one drops off or there's one seat open, we have to make a decision based on that. But one has to be. It could be two, but one has to be. And what it says, the no more than one for the Natural Resource Board Commission representatives, voting board members, is that no more than one. So we could have one from that, but we don't have to. And I think that's what this language is telling us. And the way it's written is the way I read it. And so one small tweak we may use is just to have on that second sentence, have it actually pull the language exactly from the website, so it's super clear that it's that category of Natural Resource Board and Commission representatives, voting members. But I think what that's doing is saying it could be someone from that list. It doesn't have to be, but if it is someone from that list, it can only be one. But it has to be at least one member of the at-large.
My point is, there's no way it can't be.
Yeah.
There's,
you could have two. You could have two public at-large voting members.
that's fine. But that has nothing to do with the second sentence.
I think what Bruce is saying is both sentences have the exact same result. And so you really only need one of them.
You can't.
So what we know from this is they have to be a voting member. Oh, I'm sorry.
Meg, do you want to? Did you?
I wasn't supposed to speak yet. Sorry. What I was saying is that we know from this statement that the board chair has to be both board chairs have to be voting members, and that at least one of them has to be a public member. And so we don't really need to say anything else about it, I don't think. I think that's what we're saying. That's what
Yeah, thank you. I understand the story problem now. And so if this could be amended to remove a sentence if someone's Jamie Swiglet, Lisa?
Can I, maybe I'll help, maybe I'll hurt at this. I think we can just
So
strike.
what's new?
Thanks, Bruce. Appreciate it. We can just strike the sentence. And we understand the intent of this. This will go in the board book as part of the board book in a certain section. It's not rule, it's just policy. And so I think it's pretty straightforward.
Any other comments regarding the third paragraph here? And so I would suggest that we strike the second sentence in the third paragraph, just for cleanliness. Is that good? Okay, yes? Any other comments or questions, or Jamie?
One is, and I don't know if we want to go to this level of detail, but I've also seen it spelled out, just that general process of the chair will call for nominations, and then the nominations will be, I guess it would be a two-step process. Are they eligible? In the second, do they want to serve? And in that point, they would be kind of added to the list. And then of that list, that would be voted on. So that, I don't know if we need that level of specificity, or if that, because it is pretty standard practice, but I know sometimes we've been more informal about things. So I don't know if we do want to add the specificity of the process. That's something to consider. And then the one other question I have just for reflection, and I don't know if this is, I don't think it's an urgent thing to consider, but whether or not there also be some consideration about different sector backgrounds are different to balance out the co-chair. But I think that that probably just goes into individual factored in thinking rather than spelling that out in some way. But just wanted to, that occurred to me yesterday, and I just wanted to offer that up for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Kelly?
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to make sure that everyone is comfortable with that last sentence: the tribal representative is eligible and strongly encouraged to serve for either of the co-chair positions, because the tribal representative isn't an at-large voting member, and the tribal representative isn't an at-large voting state member. So it's sort of a, this happens a lot, bit of a, you know, square peg round hole, doesn't fit into either of those buckets. So when we talked about it as the DEI committee, we had decided that the tribal rep could apply for either seat, because it is sort of this weird situation. So I just want to make sure, I just want to take the temperature that folks are okay with that.
Bruce?
Yeah, well, Lindsay was first.
Lindsay.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing that up, Kelly. I fully support that.
The only time that I think that would become an issue is if we had a co-chair, a tribal representative co-chair, and we're coming up for a new election for not that seat, but the other emptying seat. And then the question is, if it's at large, if it's an at-large person going on, it's not an issue. But if it only becomes an issue then if you say, oh, I don't know if we can have a agency representative. So, because again, it's maths. So yeah, it's a great point. And it has no bearing on which seat the tribal representative takes, but it does have a bearing on the potential for an open seat, that whether it should be a. So can you have a tribal representative and an agency person as co-chairs? According to what Kelly just said, you could. No, you couldn't, because you wouldn't have an at-large.
But the tribal rep can apply for either, which is the sticking point there.
Right.
Yeah. Meg's got an answer.
Well, no, I have an idea. Here's my idea. Strike that first sentence and put the second sentence back in. Because then what we're saying is that the limitation is that only, at any point in time, only one chair can be from a state board or commission.
Goes back to Dan's comment.
Right,
That
yeah.
works.
If we use the second, I don't think so,
Yeah,
though.
because you're electing in different years.
No, but so the issue is that the tribal representative does not fall into either one of these categories. So if at any point in time, one of them has to be, what we want is for, the least favored category here is the state representative.
As should be.
For good reason, exactly. So that way, I think we would be saying, we always want one of the co-chairs to be a public at-large board member, and we're hoping the other person, the other rep will be a tribal representative. And if for some reason tribal representative isn't serving, then a state person could serve. That's kind of the way I would read that. So that would mean striking the first sentence and leaving the second sentence to make the point, I think.
Gary.
Just a correction maybe here on this. So we could write it as either a member large or a tribal representative in the same box, and the agency folks over in the same box, or the other one. So the tribal representative and members at large could be, they could be considered. Yeah, considered the same.
Don't like that.
No.
Yeah, I think, interesting, but I think we're trying to protect a public at-large board member position. And I believe our intention, I could ask the members of the DEI committee who created this, what their intention there was, to see if we can realize it. Kelly.
So we could just say that the tribal rep is at large. And then we just make sure that one of the at large will be the tribal rep or will be a tribal rep, right? So instead of the tribal rep being able to apply for the state or the at large, we just make the tribal rep the at large. And then we could have another at large with that tribal rep. Did I just make it worse?
I'm out.
Lindsay.
Thank you. I was shaking my head to Gary's suggestion, and I just wanted to clarify, and I didn't know how Kelly felt about it, but I really would not like to see this board lump public at large and tribal representative together. I feel like the tribal representative should be a standalone opportunity in the spirit of our DEI work, and I would be a splitter in this situation and not a lumper.
Is it the word either, Kelly? If we remove the word either, does it meet the intention of the work?
I guess we could remove the word either and just say the tribal representative is eligible and strongly encouraged to serve in a co-chair position. We could change that so it doesn't have the either language. I agree with you, Lindsay. I don't think it should be lumped as the at-large. It's really, I mean, this is something we run into a lot as tribes because we don't fit in, we fit into the tribal category. We don't fit into other categories. So it's pretty unique.
Chair, maybe the sticking point then is in that last sentence. Tribals eligible, strongly encouraged to serve. If we say for either, if we just strike for either and just say for a co-chair position, then the operative issue of sentence 1 is that one of the seats needs to be an at-large. And basically it can, if there is a tribal representative co-chair, then we will be assured that the other co-chair is at large. And if there is a agency co-chair, that becomes a problem. That becomes a problem. So that's why it's either. Because we could have an agency co-chair and a tribal co-chair. Was there any problem with that at the meeting? I didn't think there was. So how to phrase that?
We don't mind having that? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't sense that there was any problem with, but we like the at-large.
We do. We seem to
We
like
wanted the
it.
at-large.
Exactly.
So I thought the intent
To always have
was,
at-large.
yeah, or not to have more than one natural resource agency board or commission member
As co-chair.
as co-chair,
Right.
not more than one.
Right. That's correct. That was the sense of the committee. Correct, Kelly?
Well, why don't we just flip and strike the first sentence and leave in the second sentence? The only limitation is that we don't want more than one chair to be from another board or commission, and the tribal representative is strongly encouraged to serve. That gets at the intent we were just describing. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So the big piece here seems to be the tribal representative. So why don't we just bump that sentence first and say the tribal representative, I don't necessarily think we need to say is eligible. I think we could just say is strongly encouraged to serve as co-chair or in, no, we could just say as co-chair. And the second sentence can be choose your favorite of, do you want to say, I mean, you can choose either sentence there and say, because even if you say after that, if you say at least one of the co-chairs must be a public at-large board member, then you could, and the tribal representatives and at-large board member, then you could have checked that box. It leaves the second one open. But if you then elevate the tribal representatives to that first sentence, I think it also makes a stronger statement there that it's not an afterthought, but it's a primary thought of this is really important to the board to have this, the consideration of this leadership. It's not required, encouraged to serve, because there needs to be eligibility and they need to be interested in serving. And it strongly encourages, not mandate. So strongly encouraged to serve as co-chair, and then at least one of the co-chairs must be a public at-large member. Then you're kind of going down and that second person is either already met, or if that person is not served, then the second criteria is making sure at least one of the members is an at-large board member.
As long as one of the sitting chairs is not currently a state person, I think that works. If at any point we get a state person in the chair, then the second sentence is probably going to be more, I think it will deliver more on the intention that I've heard here. What we're trying to get across is we don't want more than one state rep on this board at any time, and we want to encourage. No, I know, I get that. I agree with it, actually. And we want the tribal rep to be encouraged to serve. I don't know, I would say what we mean, which is that we don't want more than one state rep at any time.
How many lawyers do we have on the board?
And who's fussing with each other here?
Let's assign it to the one we have.
We have two, actually.
Do we? Oh, that's right, we do, Jamie. I'm so sorry.
But neither one of us advised this board. So don't
Yeah. Wow, that was a fast disclaimer.
It's from all those years at the DOJ. Anyway.
If you're looking for something that is clear for us to put into the board book,
We are.
no more than one co-chair may serve from another natural resource board and commission is very clear to me what that means. And then it can be any mix after that.
Lisa, I appreciate that because I think from my experience as board chair, it's the main chore is to show up. Honestly, we don't have extra power. We don't have position. And I would hate to lose out on any person that would have an understanding that they were going to be, pinched into co-chair if that wasn't the case. And it's just a willingness to show up. And so I appreciate Lisa's suggestion, if you're okay with just leaving that open for people willing and able and with desire. Take a minute to soak.
So I have a comment on,
Please, Mark.
on the second paragraph where it says ensure continuity of board leadership, transfer information from outgoing experienced. Do we have experienced co-chairs? Oh, that was an attempt at humor.
Yeah.
It's kind of hurtful.
I was waiting for Barbara.
Yep. That means you don't get rid of me after I get off of here for a minute.
Yeah. So then just so that I'm clear, will the third paragraph, it'll have the no more than sentence to start off with. And then are we still going to have the third sentence to say the tribal representative is strongly encouraged to serve in a co-chair position? period. Is that good? Okay, I got it.
Okay. Kelly?
Kelly's face.
Sorry, I need to work on my poker face. So I'm getting some information from Ken, and he has referred me to the Oregon state statute for this. And in the statute, and Lindsay, you're not gonna like this, the tribal rep in public law is technically one of the 6 at large.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know if we want Stephanie to come up and expand on this, but that's how it reads. So, which I don't necessarily agree with, but yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna just walk through the statute for the record. Stephanie Page, Deputy Director. The 11 voting members of the board shall be knowledgeable about natural resource issues, represent all geographic regions of this state, and include at least 1 representative of a tribe. The board shall consist of the following, and then there are the board and commission reps. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 board and commission reps, plus the representative of the tribe among the voting members. And then there are, excuse me, 6 public members appointed by the governor.
Oh. So we're missing a board member.
So I have a question,
Go ahead,
Stephanie.
Kelly.
So it's not, so it isn't, the tribal rep isn't considered one of the at-large because I was also appointed by the governor and went through confirmation.
Yeah. So the statute does not use the word at large.
Okay. So we're okay there.
So it refers to voting members.
Okay.
That's good information to have.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Yeah, I don't think it changes anything for us, if I understand correctly. Okay. So how are we doing? Can we have a reading? Do we need a reading? We got that, where we're at? Or a motion, just board would entertain a motion that we could accept this to our board policy behavior book. Yes, ma'am.
So as a clarifying question, it sounds like we all had an aha moment based on that reading in terms, even I'm looking at our website right now. And so it now looks like instead of 3 categories, we have 4 categories. That tribal representative is a separate category distinct from public at large members based on, yeah, anyway. Because since that does not list as the tribal representative as a public at-large member, then I think it's very important that we call out distinctly the tribal representative. And then we probably do need to leave is eligible and strongly encouraged to serve in a co-chair position. And then because then the distinction becomes, it's the 2 sentences in choosing one, but it may be simpler if the tribal representative does not fall under the at-large board member to have that, but those 2 are kind of equal. So it doesn't, we just keep one of those 2. And again, I think I would recommend we swap the order of those sentences, but having those 2 sentences is all I think is important to have.
Stephanie.
So just to clarify, so there, as I said, there are 11 voting members. Just thinking through the math, we have the 5 board and commission representatives, and then the 6 public members. So those comprise the 11, and one of the 11 is a member of a tribe. So, or a representative of a tribe, excuse me. Yeah. I don't think that changes anything, but just wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
So I have the 3rd paragraph reading to go into the policy book would be no more than 1 co-chair may be a representative from another state agency. no more than one co-chair may be a representative from another state agency. The tribal representative is eligible and strongly encouraged to serve as a co-chair.
Yeah, can we just float the head nods or something, consensus in terms of, because my suggestion was to swap, just flip those two. Chair, can I just ask for consensus on this?
Just make the tribal sentence first.
Yep.
Bruce?
I believe you can strike another state agency. You can strike another state agency.
I think you could also strike is eligible in the tribal representative's sentence.
Strongly encouraged.
Yeah, because they're clearly eligible.
Steve?
Yeah, just to put a little positive spin on it, regardless of which way the sentence goes, why not just say a member of the public on the board, at least one needs to be on a co-chair. You know, don't have to say public at large, just say public, which is what they're also referred to in the language we just heard, which would include a tribal representative, and then encourage a tribal representative. You know, so it puts a positive. One needs to be a member of the public on the board. One needs to be, and then tribal is referred or encouraged, and then flip the sentence structure if you want to, sentence order.
Okay, so what I've heard people say now is the tribal representative is strongly encouraged to serve as a co-chair. Sentence one. Sentence two, I think we still want to say no more than one co-chair may be a representative from a state agency, board, or commission.
Kelly? Not yet. Kelly had a question.
So I think that sounds good, Lisa. I just want to clarify that if we have a tribal representative as a co-chair, then the other co-chair, could that person be either from a state agency or a public at large? Or if we have a tribal co-chair, do we have to have a public at large with the language that we're about to approve?
No, I think it's the former, that it could be either.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the way it was just said is we lose our public at large person.
No more than, no, because it could be zero. So
I think the way Kelly just said that, it could potentially become a tribal representative and an agency person.
Yes.
And so unless you consider the tribal representative as a public at large person, then you've lost the holding for a public at large person.
well, and that's why I asked for the clarification.
Mhm.
Is it public? Yeah, and that's why I asked for the clarification, is the tribal member a public member at large? So if it was a separate entity, then that would be an issue. But if it's joined, then it achieves the one being a public member at large, or no more than one state agency.
Why call out, strike it all then if we're gonna lump them into. So Stephanie, can you help us for a second?
Yes, yeah, it is a math problem. So we have 11 voting members of the board. 5 of those are board and commission members. 6 public members are appointed by the governor. At least one of the voting members is a representative of a tribe. So just math, mental math, that means that in the statute, the tribe representative position is considered one of the public members.
Public voting members.
Yes, public members, that is what the statute says.
Okay. Is the board pleased?
We're confused.
Are we? I think we did good. It's a little late, but I would entertain a motion, please. No.
Chair, the outstanding question of, did you want also some of the process in here, or is that just a standard process that's followed? Did we want to call out any process in it? That may be getting, I don't know if we want to get to that level of detail in this.
Jamie, I don't know if that level of detail is included anywhere else in how the board chairs.
That's fine. I've seen it in other bodies,
Yeah.
and so I didn't, you know, it's common practice. I don't know if it's needed, but I just want to formally ask that. Thanks.
Okay. Is there a motion to, thank you, Meg.
Let me try it, see if it floats. So using the draft language that we all have had placed in front of us today, I'm going to move, can I do this? Let me ask the question first. Can I do this paragraph by paragraph in the motion?
Just do what, accept what we've been given, and then just call out the paragraph changes.
Yeah, paragraph by paragraph. Okay, I'm going to move that we adopt the motion, or the words that were presented to us on paper today with respect to the election of co-chairs. We would leave the first two paragraphs as they are in this draft. For the third paragraph, the paragraph would read, the tribal representative is strongly encouraged to serve for either of the co-chair positions. No more than one co-chair may be a representative from a state agency, board, or commission. And then the remaining paragraphs would stay as they are.
Very close. It wasn't either. It was just as a co-chair.
Oh.
Just as a co-chair.
All right. As a co-chair, serve as a co-chair. Okay, so.
Meg, could you reread that one paragraph?
Yes. Hang on just a minute. Okay, it would be that the tribal representative is strongly encouraged to serve as a co-chair. No more than one co-chair may be a representative from a state, board, or commission. And then
The other paragraph's the same.
yeah, the other three, all the rest of the paragraphs, I think, are the same.
I'm sorry, I defer to Lindsay.
Okay, I second.
All right, thank you. Motion was made by Meg, seconded by Lindsay. Is there any further discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Great, good job, good job. Now we get to vote, we get to put this into action. So at this time, I would like to welcome any nominations to serve as our co-chair. Barbara Boyer's position is open currently, and so I would entertain any nominations from board members.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Yes, absolutely.
I know we're interested in staggering terms, and is it appropriate for me to ask you, Liza Jane, where you
Yes.
are in the
Yeah.
staggering process?
July, this coming. Today, I'm going to be accepting nominations. No, I believe in July.
Oh, okay.
So there'll be not a year, but some time, and then we'll catch up to the every.
And that's your second term?
Yes, all done. Yep.
Can I, with that information, make a motion, a nomination?
Yes.
I'd like to nominate Barbara Boyer to serve this next coming term.
Okay, thank you. Nomination has been made for Barbara Boyer to fill the co-chair position. Is there a second, or is there discussion?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Lindsay. Jamie?
Sorry, in terms of process, this is why I asked the process question.
Yeah.
So what I've seen before as a practice is bringing forward the names, and if a name is brought forward, to first say, is Barbara eligible? Obviously she is. And Barbara, are you willing to serve? Yes or no? And then that becomes one of the the potential candidates, but then that's not itself a motion. It's then a discussion. Anyone else either interested and you can self-nominate. And then you get kind of all the names in the hopper and you figure out who actually wants to be in the hopper. So per this, it could be a nomination of our tribal representative, and she'd be eligible per our policy, and she could either say, yeah, I'm interested, or no, I'm not interested. And then that also determines, so once we've got all the potential eligible nominees, if you will, I don't think I'm using the right word there, then at that point we would have a vote, and there could be either a motion for one person or just a flat out vote for all the names in the hopper. And that's why I kind of want to talk through process, because
I don't know.
If you talk process first, then you kind of follow the process. If you wait till all the names are in, then it becomes more personalized. And so that's that awkwardness of talking about process when names are actually in the hopper.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So what she said.
In the spirit of what we just, the policy we just voted on, anticipating that it would end up somewhat like it did, I was strongly encouraging our tribal representative to run, to put her name in the hat for co-chair, for a myriad of great reasons. She has said that she would be very interested in doing that in the future, maybe at the next go around. And I look forward to having the opportunity to put her name in for co-chair at the next opportunity. That said, I have no further names to add to the list.
Okay. Sorry. Jamie, I'm going to have Kelly and then have you follow. Yeah. Kelly?
I want to have a bit of discussion, so I don't know if it's appropriate here or at another point in the process. So if Jamie has a process question, then we can do that.
Jamie, do you have a process question?
Sorry, I was long-winded before. Simply, the name, someone's nominated. Are they eligible? Yes. Are you interested in serving? Yes, no. And then, so I'm assuming that Bruce, you're nominating Kelly at that point, and then she can either say if she's interested or not. Barbara, I assume you're interested, but I just respectfully, Chair, to ask someone if they're interested in serving.
Barbara, you've been nominated. Are you willing to serve? Are you interested?
Yes.
Yes. I get that. Yes. Did you make a nomination of Kelly?
I didn't hear him, but.
That was pretty weak. No, I did not. She did not. I did not do that.
Okay, thank you. And now Jamie?
In that case, I would nominate Kelly.
Okay.
And then again, I don't know if she wants to serve or not, but to answer the question.
But I would ask that question. So there's been a nomination for Kelly as co-chair. Kelly, are you interested in being nominated for this position at this time?
That is a complicated question, Liza Jane.
Yes.
So yes, and this is where my bit of discussion, I want to be fully transparent with the board, and there's been a lot of discussion about the tribal representative, AKA me, right now. So I am very interested in being a co-chair. I would like, as Bruce said, when Liza Jane's second term as co-chair is going to be up in July, I am very interested in putting my hat in the ring at that point in time for the position that will be vacated by Liza Jane. That is for a number of reasons, and I want folks to understand that I do think that it is important for the tribal representative to have a voice in OWEB. I feel like I have that voice now, not being a co-chair, but I understand what it means to have a tribal representative as the co-chair, especially with all of the work that we are doing right now with OWEB and tribes and the relationship with tribes, learning more about partnering with tribes, learning more about how tribes can engage with OWEB. So I want you all to understand that I see that and I hear that, and I am very supportive of that. But at this point in time, I would like to be nominated in a few months when I have more capacity for it. So I can 100% do the job at that point in time. So if anyone has any questions for me, I'm happy to answer those, but I just wanted everyone to know exactly where I stood with this.
Thank you, Kelly. I heard that as a not at this time. Thank you. Okay. How about anyone else? Are there any other nominations? Okay. So at this time, I would welcome a vote.
I would entertain the nominations be closed.
Can you tell I never did this in high school?
Thank you, Lisa. I just have a, I don't know. What? You would entertain the nominations be closed.
I will entertain that the nominations be closed.
So moved.
There you go. And now.
And that has been, whatever. All those in favor? What? Yes? What, Jamie?
So I apologize. So per Lisa's comment, you've asked for a motion that nomination be closed. So there's been a motion made. So if we just do a quick vote on that, we're closing the nominations, because that's the formal action to close the nominations. Then we will have one nominee, and then it will be a vote for that nominee to serve in that role. I apologize. I have a sensitivity around elections. I don't know why.
I wouldn't have. Please don't apologize. And I had many voices happening here and not able to hear yours. So I believe you told me that the nominations are closed. Yes?
So you make the motion, so move that we close nominations.
So I move, somebody's got to, I can't do that.
So we've got a motion on the floor.
We have a motion on the floor.
I'll second.
Thank you, Lindsay. But it says number 2.
So now you're looking for a motion for the nomination.
I thought I had that.
Say all in favor.
We have a vote. We have a
Do I?
motion and a second. Let's have a vote.
All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 I didn't hear my motion that I was looking for.
They closed the nomination. That's what we're voting
Did I
on.
want-
Madam Chair,
Now we're into this. All those in favor of Barbara for chair.
Madam Chair, I would move that we nominate Barbara Boyer as co-chair of OWEB for the remainder for the next 2 years.
Thank you, Mark. Motion's been made by Mark and seconded by Jamie. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion passed. Congratulations.
And I don't have a very long reason as to why I said yes. Just yes.
So you're at other business.
Yes. We are moving down to our final agenda item, and it is M. I have a couple of things, but I'm going to pass the baton to Lisa first to do some clarity on something I said at the reception last night.
Okay. So just for clarity, we recognized Gary last night at the reception for his service. His term of two full terms will be ending in November. He will likely be serving with you into the next meeting in January. That's a virtual meeting, because the next opportunity, I believe, for confirmation is in February. And so he has another meeting still to go. And we wanted clarity. Gary was, when he got, he's like, you mean I'm done and there's no more? No, that's not quite it. But this was our chance when we were all together to recognize him and be able to give him a plaque and thank him for his service. And so until there is another person confirmed, thank you, Gary, for your service.
And thank you, Lisa. It has truly been an honor. to serve on the OWEB board. Thank you.
Is there any other old business?
Wow, old business.
Oops, sorry. That was a slip. I have a couple of things. What's going on with EQC member, do we know? No, it's not. We will learn hopefully next month. Okay. And then another thing is this strategic presentation was a lot of information. Are we able to get what we saw yesterday or no, Monday? Are we able to get that to review
Yes.
it? Okay.
I emailed Steve Patty this morning
Okay.
because he has it on his laptop. I asked him to email it to all of you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
I know the weather's bad, you're anxious to get home, and that's priority, but if at all possible, if folks can attend our optional tour to see OWEB dollars on the ground in a project, it's not, you can go for 15 minutes or an hour, but it is on the way for most of you out of here, and so it'd be great if you can manage that, but no pressure.
Does anybody know is anybody going that knows exactly where they're going and how to get there? That's not what I asked. I just want to follow somebody.
2 miles north of Klamath Falls, turn left on Cove Point Road.
What do you make it sound so easy? Okay, fine.
All right, so our next board meeting is January 23rd and 25th, and that will be virtual. And I look forward to seeing all of you guys on the computer screen in a couple months. And happy holidays. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
All right.